So, welcome. If you're here joining us with Group 5, session 6. You've all started the trend. Everyone does that now. Everyone yells it out.
Oh,
It's very
did
exciting.
I?
Hey,
Yeah,
man.
all the groups now.
Nice.
Casual
It's all-
trendsetter.
It's casual.
I am a
trendsetting.
trendsetter.
So,
Go Harris.
yeah, go Harris. We took the week off, coming back into it. So, the party navigated back to Harak. They kind of dispatched the caravan that was obviously light to begin with. They dispatched the caravan based on this kind of arrangement that was set by Prince Skrull Stonefist after being kind of brought in, an audience provided. The head of the Duke was what was requested, in short. Now, you all have kind of came into the manor, self-invited, the evening upon arriving back. And in this conversation that has been happening, it seems that the Duke has been resistant to spell effects as well as insight checks. You have not kind of foreseen them lying. Now, you do have information that there is there is information based on the disguise self that Tardan did, and hearing the master's voice. That was what these robe cloaked with a white handprint that was over the cowl, which I believe one of you actually has the garments of that, kind of collected that. Now, that individual said that he recognized just the voice, not necessarily seeing the master, just the voice, and it was the Duke's. So that is kind of having a suspicion. Regardless of all of that, you have your reasons here for Prince Skrull Stonefist to bring the head of the Duke. That's what Prince Skrull Stonefist wants. So I'm going to go ahead and unpause it here, kind of getting back into it. Positions in place. Sir Dougal, you have been waiting outside, right? You kind of were kind of strutting around, looking through the windows. You were kind of navigating around, trying to see if anybody's running away or anybody's leaving. Nothing has quite happened like that. I think Elise did come outside and gathered some things, right? Some firewood and other stuff, and went back into the kitchen at one point that you were able to observe. But currently in position, and for the rest of you as well, is that Elise and the cook are in the actual kitchen currently. And then there could potentially be other servants you've seen throughout the manor. So just giving you understanding. The Duke's back is towards the door, right? That is kind of in this little bit of a place that he's essentially turning to go through the door and leave to fetch the guard. That is exactly what is happening. So I'm gonna go ahead and pause it. What is everyone doing?
I'm gonna go to grab him.
All right, need everyone to roll initiatives. It's as simple as that. Simple as that.
Here we go.
Look, I know
Duke,
what
you
I
have
want.
something on your jacket. It's me.
It's me. I'm on your jacket.
Wow, what an embarrassing role for a guy who wants to start things.
To be fair, didn't that happen with Indigo when he hopped over the dude? He rolled a nat 1 or something. Was at the bottom of the turn order.
It was horrible.
Looks like my hack roll 20 to D20 seems to be working.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. Point of order as well. It was said earlier, Dougal does only strut. He does not walk. He struts always. No
I
matter
can.
what.
Dougal can strut sitting down.
Hey, man.
Dual constraint. Nice. All right, well, everyone rolled up. Looks like it. Begin. All right, Nearest, you're first. Round 1.
Ugh. So, Rock's moving up with the obvious intent, right? Is that clear?
Yeah, I'm like reaching out.
We'll do this the hard way then. Ugh.
12. A ray of water comes outwards as you kind of throw. You see the dude kind of dive just a little bit to the side. As it does, it crashes into the actual woodwork. Now, the only person who's going to be having a surprise potentially here is going to be Rock. So, based on the surprise, seeing Rock kind of stride up, that was surprising. But for the rest of you, the eyes are kind of open like this and looking. Nearest as you sidestep around, the crash of that water blast splinters some pieces of wood at the back door, but it's not harmed. Dougal, you hear outside currently, there's a slight snowfall and it's quite chilly, right? It's getting cold. Now you hear almost the splintering of a wood fragment coming from inside.
East or south?
You just know it coming from inside the building, not really direction based on your position.
I'm gonna start making my way east to here. I can kind of see in the window, but I guess I don't yet see anything worth springing for, so that's my turn.
Okay. Now come to the Duke Umbrianorello. What are you all doing? Stop this, please! Arden, you're up.
I'm gonna look at the Duke. You just stop lying to us, and we'll leave you alone. That's all this takes. And I'm going to use my unsettling words on him. So I'll target him and do my bardic inspiration.
Okay. Make sure to expel it and then reduce it to that again.
And then I will cast Hideous Laughter to hopefully disable him.
Alright, so I went ahead and rolled. Let's see what it gave me. It gave me a 5. That is going to be a failure on the actual saving throw. It's 5. Hideous Laughter is successful, so I'm going to put the effect and then I'll put the concentration on. So you know this, you throw out your hand, cutting words, and it looks towards you and shakes the head and begins to laugh. So falls into the door and kind of slides back onto it and is now prone.
That should make him easier to grab for you, Harok. And I will just end my turn there.
Alright, Indigo, you're up.
I will. Let me see here. Can I? Okay, I'm going to somersault over the table and get to about there. Cha-cha! And then can I take my rope out and start to tie him up? Is that possible? Because he's flailing about, or
yeah, you can try to take a rope and attempt to restrain. That is an option. You will have to make an athletics check to do that. That'll be opposed.
okay,
Similar
yeah,
to
yeah,
a
let's
grapple, but you're using a device instead to restrain. And you'll have
let's try that. Let's try that. Athletics, you say? Boom.
Ooh.
Nice.
That's what I do.
That's
That's what I
do. All right,
That's what
so
I
you
do.
kind of hold back the arms. Incapacitated state can't take reactions. Technically, grapple, right, opposing are not necessarily reactions, but kind of falls within that same category. So you have the net 20.
Okay.
You begin to bind the back of the hands, kind of pulling together. I'm going to actually have them at a grappled state of current, and I'll put you in a grappled state as well that you're kind of holding on as they're laughing very vigorously and somewhat uncontrollably. So even with the net 20, you're going to have to take the next round, turn potentially to actually
Gotcha.
tie the rope, but you have them grappled.
Okay. Okay. All right, and that's it.
All right. Rock, you're up. Last this should. Oh!
Well, in the same vein, can I basically do the same thing but try to gag him?
You want to stop any sort of verbal component, potentially, of spellcasting, is that what I'm assuming?
In a metagame sense, that's what that means.
You can say that.
But,
I mean, it's fine.
But he's also gonna like call for the guards, and I don't want him to do
Yeah,
that.
yeah, no, there's multiple reasons. I'm just asking specifically if the gag itself is going to be able, if that's what you're intending as well.
Out of character, yes, that's what I
Okay.
want to do.
Sounds good. What are you using to gag?
Ooh, a dirty
some-
sock.
Oh Lord.
A napkin right from the table.
That's
His
too
own
good-
napkin.
No, that's too good for him. I want to just use some old. Well, if rope would do it, I'd do it with rope. But
Oh,
a napkin
can
if I need to like stuff
wrap,
something.
wrap around the head.
Yeah. 3 times around the head. Oh, yeah.
Probably still, it's still not gagging because you can still move the tongue with the rope right down. So you probably have to get like a cloth or it has to be something that's able to stuff within the mouth. And they're laughing, so it's easy enough to do that. Their mouth is going out, is open. So.
Then I will use the napkin from the table.
Stuff it down in the mouth. Becomes muffled. Still laughing, muffled now. It's prone, kneeling against the back of the door, kind of bashing into the door, laughing uncontrollably. Okay.
Oh, he was just talking to Elise, wasn't he?
That's correct.
Is this did somebody close this door or was it already closed?
That door is closed. A piece of wood is slightly splintered from the ray of water that was thrown out there, but it's still closed.
Okay. Well, if it was open, I was gonna call to Elise and try to convince her, but you know what? I'm just gonna end my turn
Okay.
and get ready to drag this guy off.
All right, Darius, you're up.
So you can see Sir Dougal outside, it looks like, right?
Yeah.
Alright, so he'll open the window. Is that... I assume these windows open, maybe?
Yeah, they do open. You can swing, kind of have a metal latch between them. You're able to undo that and kind of swing the windows inwards, right, to kind of open. And there's curtains above as well, and those are open.
And he will go outside. This looks like a better exit. That's it.
Okay. All right, Sir Dougal, you're up.
Are we leaving? I'll ask Nereus.
It looks that way.
Climb around to here just so I can see in through the window a little bit, and then that was pretty easy. Great. I'm glad that no one committed any crimes.
Debatable.
That's it.
Okay. Come to the
As we're
Duke.
currently kidnapping someone?
Still
I mean-
laughing. They're going to get another saving throw here at the end of their turn. They get a nat 20. So I'm going to go ahead and remove the condition placed at the end of their turn here. They're still prone, and that is it. Target up. No longer concentrating.
I'm gonna go ahead and cast Disguise Self on myself to go ahead and look like the Duke.
Okay.
In his current clothing. Just in case anyone comes in, I want them to hesitate for a minute or two.
Gotcha. Okay. Any chance we'll change your token, or we'll keep it the same. That we don't have two dukes on the board if we're getting confused. Which was which? All right. Okay. Disguise yourself, make yourself look like a duke. Cut the clothes kind of prim and proper. So you're kind of standing upright. Sounds good. Anything else in your turn?
I'm gonna come here because as soon as they move the Duke, I want to go in here and see if I can catch Elise before she goes to the guard.
Okay. And your turn. Indigo, you're.
Okay. It said that hands were bound.
Yeah. So if you take the rest
Right.
of your turn, I'll let you restrain them at this point.
Okay.
No
yeah.
roll
Uh,
necessary. Just declare it that the rest of your turn here will be spent getting the ropes kind of binded and
Yeah.
lashed.
Yeah, I wanna finish up tying him up, and am I able to move him? Use
Yeah.
movement to move
Yeah,
him?
after he's still grappled by you, right? So you can still pull away. Now he's restrained.
Okay. And then half movement?
Yep.
Okay.
Just move your token, and I go ahead and remove the grapple sign. So just move your token wherever you're going, and then I'll drag.
Okay. I'm gonna go to the window.
Plop them out.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
I want to get out of this room.
We're not betting. We're in combat here, okay? You see the dude getting dragged off by Indigo and thrown out the window. The large plump of
Because
snow.
because
Restrained.
Harak already gagged him, right?
Sure.
Yeah, so he's gagged, he's restrained. Okay, yeah, I get him to the window and I plop him out the window.
Rolling around the snow.
Okay, and if I can, I'll pop out two-ish.
Yeah, 15 feet
wherever.
total. There you go.
Okay, yeah, something like that.
Well, your movement speed is 50, I think, so you have 25. So you can
Okay,
go even
yeah,
further
just
if you want.
basically out the window and there he is. Basically,
Okay.
that's it.
All right, Harak, you're up.
Okay.
Sad day to be low in the totem pole.
If I move, well, there is a window between us, so it would be pretty hard to search his person from the other side of a window, right?
It would. You can go through the window and search and come back. If that's what you're intending.
I don't want to use that much movement, but I will search his person for.
Okay.
Specifically, I'm looking for keys, but I guess I'll take what I can get.
All right, so you go through the Duke, looking through the kind of the robes and everything. So make an investigation check, please.
Some boss
9.
fight.
So you begin to go through the pouches here. There's 2 leather purses, one of which has gold, the other one has silver. Total, I'm just going to give you the flat currency value. What you find approximately 42 gold pieces that are actually held on the Duke currently. You also find that there are a couple like writing utensils. So there's like almost kind of a whole ink pen, quill, different things in a satchel right kind of underneath the robe, tucked away very privately. You don't find any weapons. There's no weapons, no daggers, no swords, nothing underneath the actual robe. And the actual keys that you're looking for in the pockets, you look through the trousers and underneath, you're unable to find them. There's no keys in the scene.
Okay. Okay, I think in the heat of the moment, I'm not gonna do what I wanted to, and I'm just gonna help book it out of here, and end my turn.
All right, ending turn. Upon that, round 3. This is where we're going to go ahead and end combat.
Was the Duke wearing the necklace?
Okay. Currently has a silver necklace with an odd white gemstone in it.
Ah, well, Tardan's already coming, but
That's all you.
he doesn't want it. He was going to take it
Oh.
out of spite and hide it from you. But you're already here, so it's not worth it. We should probably knock him out, Sir Dougal.
Absolutely.
Let me do it.
What's going on here? Servants has entered the room.
I'm gonna go ahead and close the window. Oh, our guests have left for the evening. I'm gonna say in the Duke's voice, as I kind of look out the window and hopefully they get the hint.
Yes, my Duke. I just heard there was some crashing and other sorts of sounds. Is everything all right? I know that you tend to get a little bit drunk and need assistance up to your room in the evenings. Is that one of these times?
I'm fine now. I stumbled and smashed my cup into the door there, and I'm gonna point to kind of the splintered door.
Oh,
in the
my
way.
lord, my Duke. Well, I will make sure that we get that repaired promptly. Is there anything you need? I was just in the study cleaning up some of the shelves.
No, I'm fine. I'll probably be retiring here soon. I drank a little too much at dinner here.
Oh, Oh, of course. Well, if you need me, holler. Walks away.
I most certainly will. Why don't you guys go ahead and get him off the premise, and I'll catch up with you guys in a little bit, and I'll make sure everything's smoothed over here.
Tardan,
Yes, Harok.
if you. Well, are you planning on getting into the Duke's quarters?
I'm going to do some slight investigating. However, as soon as I can, I'll catch up with you guys. Speaking of, where do we want to meet up?
Stables, maybe? That's what I'm thinking.
That works for me. I'll make sure that no one's following us, and make sure everyone thinks the Duke is okay, and I'll catch up with you guys in about 30 minutes.
Could you look for correspondence between the Duke and, well, any letters from any Talthars?
Althars, got it. Actually, while I'm thinking about it, you want to rip his necklace off and give it to me so that way no one notices I'm not wearing it?
I'll go ahead and do that.
Rip the necklace off and you hand it over to Tardan. Tardan, as soon as you kind of hold it in your hand, this necklace, kind of palming it, the stone itself and the amulet begins to glow.
Well, it seems that this is worthwhile. I'm going to put the amulet on, just so that way hopefully it kind of subsides and I can look like the Duke and continue on with our plan to get him turned over to the
Okay.
Duergar.
I recall the other piece you have is currently in a ring, correct?
No, it's also an amulet, but it's tucked into my shirt.
Okay, so they're kind of superimposed a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so as you're having position, you see that the one on the surface, as you put that across, becomes liquefied and becomes to become this liquid state as it begins to fizzle outwards. And it feels as though it is almost magnetized to the other one in your chest. And so doing, it goes in through the actual clothes, the materials, and disappears to the one inside your actual chest, underneath the clothes. Currently, it's just a silver amulet without stone inlaid in it. The actual surface.
Fuck!
I'm guessing everyone else kind of sees this as I'm standing in front of the window.
When that happens, with the window open, you do not feel the cold any longer.
Shut up.
Interesting. I'm gonna kind of. Yeah, you guys go. I'll look for some stuff from the Talthar. Anything else anyone has questions on? For the Duke. If not, I'm going to pretend he retires to his room, and I'll catch up with you guys at the stables so no one's coming after us. Yeah.
Like stables, 30 minutes. Be there.
Stables, 30 minutes. If I'm not there, go ahead and turn him over to the Duergar and get you guys selves the hell out of Dodge.
I thought you were going to say just wait longer.
Nope. Have you met me? I can get myself out of any situation.
I want to do a few things to the Duke, not sexually. Other things.
I think that's implied that won't be sexual, but if you need to make that
As
clarification,
there's like 3 other people standing there and we're in the snow.
we gotta make that clarification. Go right on.
Be clear. I want to be clear. I'm the one manhandling this guy right now.
So it
Okay.
doesn't look like we're just dragging a body through the town.
His body. So I want to take his coat. Actually, if it's possible. Is there a way to take his coat, like, and put it inside out, or put another coat on him, or something?
I mean, you can reverse the currently is not wearing that kind of that pelt that is over top and that mixture of that cape and cloak mixture. It's just wearing kind of that tunic and the robe right under that is underneath that. If you kind of open the jacket up, you could see that there is a lining to it, right? And it's kind of a blackish in coloration. So you could reverse it, and it would be a different tunic or jacket. That kind of goes with it.
Maybe just something quick because we're
Yeah.
holding a grab. So
The issue, though,
flip
is that
and-
he's currently restrained, so he's tied down. So you're going to figure out a way, because he's lashed by the hands, and as I'm assuming as well, it could be the feet at this point. So you have to figure out how you can't get you're not going to be able to get it off.
Or I'll look
I
at
have-
everybody like, do y'all have like a big piece of a blanket or something that we can just wrap this guy in, something to go over his head? We don't
I'm
need to
gonna
be.
toss the hand mask out the window that I had handed to him at the table.
So
Why
it-
not
so
the
it's-
robes?
It's not just a hand mask. So it's it's a cowl that intertwines into a long like cloak. So it's a whole
Oh,
one
yeah.
piece. It has the hood and it has the cloak, almost like a poncho type deal, right? It just kind of flows over. So I mean, you can easily put that on, right, to cover up at least just the poncho part. You can leave the cowl off.
Let's do a quick 15-second makeover as best we can. So maybe
Sure.
he's not as easy to notice.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
We can get like two of us to kind of carry him like he's a drunk.
Could you knock him out, Harok?
Shaking his head wildly.
Does that mean yes?
Please get him to shut up.
Okay, if you want me to knock you out, Duke, I will. I'll knock him out.
That's why you don't need to roll.
Okay.
I think.
All right. I let the body fall to the ground. I'm like, well, I'm not carrying him.
I'll carry him.
Okay.
All right, 30 minutes stables.
30-minute stables. I look over at Dougal. You good?
29 minutes, 59 seconds. 29 minutes, 58 seconds.
My man. Man. Stables.
Yeah, I'm good. I guess I'm good. I'm.
Pardon, you try that
How's
door.
it?
That door is locked.
Interesting. All right, cool. I'm just gonna spend some time exploring this here manor. You know.
Okay. So I'll go ahead, pause it real quick. So I'll go ahead and so the rest of you are going off, right? Off map, technically, right? Kind of hucking it through, and I imagine probably getting into cover and shroud. Obviously, the sun is setting. There's plenty of darkness. The snow itself is falling now quite heavily, so there's a lot of cover to be had. You don't see anything with passive perceptions of guard or anything. You also nearby this manor, right, in the distance. Several hundreds of feet, there's actually the barracks, right? So it's actually a barracks that's a two-story structure. It doesn't have any windows, made of stone with a straw hatching. And so there's kind of voices and laughter and smoke billowing from that building as well, suggesting that the guard are currently eating dinner and just kind of talking within. So gives you a little bit more of information maybe to go off of that we can do this and navigate. I won't have any checks rolled unless you're attempting to do anything else. I think it's fine just to have you all kind of take cover and eventually get into the stables here in a half hour. Navigate that way. So I'll keep you on the map as well, so we don't need to take you off. Then I'll go ahead and snap the wind howl. So we will go ahead and go directly to Tartan. So Tartan, you tried that door. The door is locked, so this is kind of splintered through. You were
Yep.
the actual wood kind of cracking there. You were attempting to look through, and you didn't see anybody in there, right? As you kind of look through the small little crack that's happened in the door, the fires themselves are still kind of roaring, and the smells of food are still wafting through. You come into the entry chamber here. You do hear voices from this particular door, one of which sounds familiar, like a servant you've just spoken with. There's another one that's currently in there. It doesn't sound like Elise, maybe another servant, right? They're just kind of talking and about kind of mundane things is what you can eavesdrop from here, because it's quite quiet, right? You just hear the fireplaces and the sounds like that. The entry chamber features another double-windowed door and a single-lit door on the western side, and then obviously you can see through a little bit on the northeast into that direction. It seems to be kind of just like a lounge room, right? Kind of a common room maybe. And then you have the actual front door that's in front of you.
I'm gonna go ahead and come over here and just look in here.
In here, you come in, it seems to be like a closet room. So there's a couple different wardrobes. There's also like cupboards and things. You're also seeing in this room that there is actual like saddles and rope and other sort to actually kind of get a horse ready to ride. The wardrobes themselves are a mixture of different kind of cloaks for warmer weather, and the actual rugs, particularly the one on the western side of this long kind of rectangular room, is muddied. There's a lot of like kind of water and dirt and other things that have kind of been built onto it, suggesting that this would be equivalent of like a mud room.
All right, that tells me enough about what I needed to know. I'm gonna go upstairs and start looking for his bedroom.
Okay, so I'm going to pull you, just specifically you, to the scene here. So you come up, you don't hear any voices as you're riding up the stairs. There's a slight landing, and then you kind of clear that and go back up south a little bit into another entry kind of area as well, with a long hallway to the north, singlet door to your right side to the east. There's another one to your west, and then the corners is double wooden door to the northwest, and then one just east of the actual northern hallway. So there's a couple different doors, a couple different pathways, none of which are open currently.
Okay. Assume this is also locked. All right, I'm gonna go back downstairs.
Okay.
I'm gonna come over here to the
Okay.
servants.
So you see two servants, one of which looks familiar, this kind of older, kind of looking human lady there. And there's another one that's a kind of older male human. They're kind of just like shifting different kind of feathers, if you will, like kind of to sweep off dust and collect things. They're also going through the books and going through the books as well. They kind of turn and look towards you, and they slowly kind of look in the direction, and they kind of do a small little kind of curtsy or a little bow. Is there something wrong? Do you need anything?
Yes. Now that my guests are gone, can one of you run over to the barracks? And the other one, can you help me prepare to retire for the evening? Whoever's running to the barracks, I need you to tell Elise that our guests have left, likely to not return after our altercation.
All right. Well, I'll help you in for your room, and then, Raoul, yeah, just walk over to the mudroom, grabs a cloak and other things, and walks out of the front door of the manor, headed for the barracks.
I'm gonna like put my arm around this servant. Have you had any of my wine? This is fantastic wine. Let me tell you, the best wine in all the land.
I'm very surprised that you don't offer wine to servants. This is a kind of a first. You must be quite drunk. No worries. I'm good though, thank you. I don't need anything for tonight. Let's just get you up to your room then. Come on. Instacart you up.
Yes, after you.
I'm gonna go ahead and bring you back up. Lots of pulling to see, no worries. Get you up into the space and kind of holds you on to the side, so you can go ahead and move your token here. Oh, you went through the wall. Kind of gets
Okay.
you up. No, you're good. You're going in there anyway. So it kind of gets you up there. Kind of you're kind of leaning right, creating this far. So you see kind of the eyes a little darting, maybe being suspicious, but still not kind of playing on it. Hasn't said anything. Goes in towards the wardrobe and grabs a ring of keys out, one of which kind of filters it. These little iron keys, filters it into the door and clicks with it unlocking and swings the doors open. Puts the keys back in, begins to kind of pull you through, and brings you all the way to the bed. Kind of lets you fall down upon the bed, begins to remove your boots that are currently on you, and kind of sets them on side of the bed. I'm not sure how that works with the disguise self, removing articles of clothing.
I have no idea.
I'm gonna go ahead and say that nothing is gonna happen. I'm really just gonna have it be RP player, I think, at this point, because I'm not gonna. I mean, I'm not gonna create like that they would just disappear or something. That seems kind of odd. But so as the boots are kind of laid down alongside the bed, you see kind of pulling back on the sheets. Looks towards you. Are you going to need anything, such as a nightcap, some water up here, or I can make you a bath if you're looking to get soaked before you come in to bed? Is everything to your liking, or are you just going to go to sleep here?
I'm just going to go to sleep after that incident downstairs. I'm ready to retire.
Well, head and get the lights. Don't worry, get yourself tucked in, nice and neat. Begins to head over to each of the kind of lights. After reaching down within the actual underside of the bed, it seems to kind of went through like a shelf. Maybe there's almost like kind of shelves underneath, or like I would say kind of like drawers in a way, right? Pulls out an actual tool to kind of dampen candles within the lanterns, right? Goes up to the actual walls themselves and begins to each of them here begins to kind of pull out the lights. So you're really only left with, which the fireplace is still giving off quite a bit of light. Leaves the light on, doesn't go into the bathroom, which is in this corner here. And then slowly goes over to the door. I'm a Duke. Have a good night. Rest. And we'll see you in the morning.
Yes. Make sure breakfast is ready nice and early. We have some business to attend to.
Of course, my Duke. I will let Elise know promptly. Shuts the doors.
All right, I want to make sure the doors are locked.
Lock the door. Can. There's a lock
Yep.
on this side of the door, right? So you're able to turn it.
Awesome.
Enter passcode.
And then, what
Yeah,
is
so-
one of these a desk that I can
Yeah. So
kind of?
in this space, there is no desk. So in this space, what you're seeing is that there is a chest here. There's a chest here, both of which seem to be locked. There's two bookshelves with kind of a scattering of different fantasy books and kind of some light reading, potentially if someone's before bedtime they would read. There's a single chair over by the fireplace. It seems to be well used. There is a kind of a kitchenette, if you will, a small table or a shelf kind of protrudes underneath that cupboard over top, and there's kind of a mixture of pitchers and other sorts of things that are clean, like glasses have been set out, and potentially kind of underneath that shelf, there's a kind of a cupboard that you can almost open, and then maybe there could be like wine or other sorts of things underneath there and fit in that kitchenette. This is a large wardrobe here, right? And as you kind of open it up, there are clothes, there are garments that are kind of laid out and strewn. In addition to that, underneath the bed, there's other drawers as well. Some of them have kind of articles of clothing that are kind of loosely in them, so you're suggesting that there's clothes underneath the bed as well.
Okay. I want to kind of knock against the bottom of this wardrobe and see if there's any kind of hidden compartments.
Okay.
Given that obviously there's no cowls in here in his wardrobe, so I'm just
Yeah.
looking to see if maybe he has one somewhere.
Okay, go ahead and make an investigation check. Ooh, that was rough. It was like 19 that fell over. So as you go tapping on, trying to find a false bottom, there doesn't seem to be anything. Seems to be solid wood. It's nice wood as well. Nice finish upon it, and everything seems to be shipshape.
Okay. This lock over here, does it look like it's something sturdy, or does it look like it's something that I could maybe break with a rapier or dagger kind of wedged between it?
It seems like it's an iron kind of lock, similar to kind of a maybe like a padlock, right? It has like a latch that comes down to the chest, and then there's a thing that does. It takes a single key. It definitely seems like something that would take some great effort to break, and you might be better off actually going through the chest material over top. But this chest is metallic. It's metal reinforced as well on the top end, the actual kind of crest that comes through. So that might be difficult as well.
All right. Seeing as I don't have a ton of time here, then what I want to do is I want to take this chair, and I want to essentially put it into the fire so the fire will slowly spread through the house, just so that way we have an extra distraction to kind of get out of town. And
Okay.
then I know I'm on the second floor, so I'm going to have to make some sort of check, but I want to go out the window if at all possible.
Okay. Go ahead and make an athletics check, please. Hey. All right, so you're on your way down. Take 2 points of bludgeoning damage. Do you fall? Yeah, there you go. And at that point, kind of flump down, throwing the chair in, kind of having it crested. There's a nice solid base to these actual fireplaces, right? Kind of making it difficult, but we can always say that you maybe grab some of the sheets and things and try to make it a little bit more elaborate to get the fire to spread. Time will tell how
Or the
long
rug.
that, yeah, or the rug, right? Time will tell how long that takes and certain factors, right? But you get down, you can see through the windows as you come down, kind of plopping. The same kind of servant is there upon the table cleaning. Eventually, Raoul comes back, and Raoul is kind of shaking the head, holding the hands like this. As you're kind of listening in, prone down, you're tucking your head up at the actual windows after freshly falling. Please make a perception check. 21. From your conversation, kind of overhearing the conversation really quick before you begin to make your escape, it seems Raoul is saying that Elise never went to the barracks and that she's not there.
Oh, that's not good.
Then the servant that was helping you goes to the door, sees that it's locked, opens it, and upon opening it, begins to scream, entering into the room.
All right. Screams in this room? Over like
go
the little
ahead.
side room or my bedroom?
Screams in the kitchen. So it goes into
Oh.
the kitchen. This is the covered area of the kitchen right here. I have you still on the second floor, obviously. So
Yep.
I can always shift you down. But upon walking into the kitchen, unlocking that door as you checked was locked, it lets out a kind of a blood curdling scream to that. You hear dishes and other things kind of fall down that they were carrying potentially into the kitchen. They run out of the kitchen into Rael's arms. Rael kind of grabs, "Whoa, let's go!" And they kind of both go in there, kind of look horrified as they come outwards. You see Rael, "Oh, go get the guard!" begins to run away.
Louise is probably dead. That's concerning. I'm gonna go ahead and kind of shimmy off this way and then try to head towards the stables as quickly as possible. As soon as I'm kind of near the town, I'm gonna drop my disguise self. Obviously, I don't want to walk through town looking like the Duke.
Yeah, I gotcha. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and remove that effect. All right, so as you begin to head towards, the stables, like I said, the barracks, you can see it right when you leave on that corner of the actual manor, which is the barracks is there. So you can also easily just dive into the hovels and kind of get into the inner working of those facets and whatnot. You can also stay into the darkness, right? Just kind of cling to the darkness of the sun. With the sun setting, we're completely set at this point. I'm going to advance it to about 8:30, I would say. We're going to call it at 8 when you made that plan, so about half an hour has passed. You eventually make it back to the stables here. There are individuals that are leaving back to the mine, so they're actually heading up that road around the stables, potentially to go through an overnight shift, right? And so there's a few people that are coming back to, stragglers, if you will. So they just travel, so it's easy to kind of get in disguise in a way, right, to hide within some of the crowd that's kind of forming a little bit. The bleeding of mountain goats in the stables is really abundant. There are no horses currently in the stables themselves at this point. As you kind of come in to the actual rock walled and exposed in certain facets of the straw thatch and wooden structure, the rest of your party is there. So you have the Duke is currently restrained, right? You have in the middle of this particular stables with the kind of the actual stables themselves sort of fit into the structure. These actual kind of areas where they're fenced off with a swing wooden door. Large in these cubicle structures they are. A few of them have 3 or 4 mountain goats with fresh straw laid down for bedding. There's more straw that's wrapped up in the outside of them. and then the pillars themselves are intertwined every so often as they round the actual rectangular structure. There's only one entrance into the stables, and it seems to have kind of a swinging, not a swinging, but a door that could be shut, but it's not entirely kind of closing off the space, as there are kind of certain areas that are open, right, for ventilation, other sorts of things. And then there's actual metallic braziers that are in there that are kept lit. So there's like 3 or 4, and they seem to be providing a little bit of warmth, right, as you come in. So there's like a lack of the wind chill, so we're going to go on the pause the wind howl a little bit, right? So the wind itself is not being able to come in. There's a little bit of warmth. There's light in the space. There's a lot of mountain goats, and they're bleeding, expecting to be fed, I think, at this point. And you all are kind of in the center of the stables. There's nobody in there. And if somebody was attempting to perceive to look in, they would only see shadows, right? They'd actually have to come up to the stable windows themselves and look through the openings of the actual rock wall and wood. The exposed wooden rafters themselves are about 11 feet in height, so it's not that large as far as the rafters themselves and the straw thatching. It's a very kind of slumped structure, especially for like a barn style. And then on top of the rafters at certain segments, there's actually bales of hay, right, that have been kind of stacked up on certain intersections of junctions that allow for that. And then there's a couple ladders to get up to that space. So that's what you all see.
So as I come in, I'm gonna kind of look at everyone and make sure that I make eye contact with kind of everyone in the party.
Impossible with Nereus.
Yeah, well, I said try. We gotta go.
You good?
So you know how he opened the door to tell Elise to go to the guard and all that? She apparently
Yeah.
never made it to the guard.
What do you mean?
I mean, I saw 2 servants walk in the kitchen. They screamed and left, and went to go get the guard. So I'm thinking that she is dead in the kitchen. Probably by Mr. Custer with a candlestick. Sorry, couldn't resist. But yeah, so we should probably go. Like
I
tonight.
agree. Let's go.
I don't think we were planning on staying, right?
I will also,
Yeah, no, I just meant like.
I will
Go ahead.
also help, just because we did take a week off. There was when we ended, there was 2 servants in the kitchen, one of which was Elise.
Oh.
So meaning
There was
Elise
a
is
cook,
presumed.
There was a cook and Elise, right?
Oh, so it could have been the cook that's dead. Either way, Elise didn't make it to the
Correct.
guard, and somebody is probably dead in that room.
Is it possible that Elise would not want to go to the guard for whatever reason?
It's possible Elise saw the cowl that we had on him, and she has been the one in charge of that whole thing this whole time, but that's not our job, right? Our job is to just bring the Duke to Sir Grawl Stonefist.
That's true.
Well, we need transport. So, where's the fastest place that we can get a single wagon? I guess. And I'll
So,
just jumble in it.
Or
I was actually thinking. Oh, go ahead, Harrison. Dougal.
I was just going to say, are the goats mountable?
No, you can't mount a goat, but you can hitch them to a wagon. There's no currently wagons on the outside of the stables or around it. There are a few wagons, some of them large, like carriages and things in the actual market area, right? Because they're owned and they're currently like traders and things that are in there.
There's a wagon that we could use for transport in that area.
Well, you'd have to. I'm saying you'd have to steal it, right? All of those are owned, right? The traders have their own carriages and their own wagons and things, right? So you can attempt to, and that's the closest possible option to get one. Is what I'm saying. The people in Herat do not have wagons, right? They don't own livestock either. So you can attempt to get into the Fieldhouse Herat Grinding Company area. Get over there. There's plenty of wagons up there. You've seen them, right? Some of them elaborate.
Just ask Palu.
Design, so. So you can always leave the Duke here in the stables, and right, a couple of you go off and see if you can't get him. Who knows?
We could also, and this is a long shot. I don't know how much you guys trust the Duergar. Go in through the mine. Anyone that asks, we have a enemy of the Duergar that we're trying to trade for passage. We don't have to take the cowl off. We don't have to show anyone who it is.
I have to say, I like that idea.
You would. The only guy in the party that can actually speak to them without us hearing would love that plan.
No, I think no, not just because of that, but yes, that might have played a part, but I think that might be a good alternative to stealing a wagon and trekking through the pass and trying to get through that route.
Do we remember when the worker shift happened? Like if the there was a certain time in the inn where it got bustling because all the people had left the mine.
Right. Shift
That-
change.
That's what's happening right now, is what I specified, right? Because
So-
you have people. There's not as many people coming in, right? Because they've come in, they're at the tavern. There's more people going out, but there's still people coming in. So there's people going back and forth. They're populated on that road. If you waited, I mean, even a half hour, that road would be clear, right? And there'd be nobody on it.
Was it established that they're working day and night in that mine? I can't remember.
They do. They work 24 hours.
3 shifts, right? Yeah.
Nobody paid
There's
any
3
attention
shifts.
to us when we went in the mines, if that's what you want to do. Right? Like nobody cared. Nobody
Nobody
asked us
cared.
questions when we
Well-
were like investigating. So if that's what you
Right.
want to do.
I just said to the group, I think that may be our best play. It avoids two things. One, if we all we have to do is make it to the mine. Once we get down there and we're amongst the Duergar, then we don't have to worry about the townsfolk or the guard or whoever coming after us. Also, it alleviates the fact of we can't probably take this pass at night in the freezing cold without a guide as efficiently as we did before. If anybody has a better option,
Speaking of the cold, does it feel warmer to anyone else than it has previously?
is he like sweating?
No.
I'm going to dignify that with a response, but it's very short-sighted to travel with the Duergar. Tell me, how are we going to move on after the prince to make our way to the city without any horses?
Well, we were like halfway there, right? We just got to get out of the pass before we're in better climate, right? Unless
Where's
I
the-
misunderstood.
Is the assumption that once we get to the mine, somehow that will tunnel and lead all the way to Stonefist?
I mean, we just had to run into a Duergar. They said that they were from his territory, that this was his territory, right? So they got there somehow.
I am confident that that we could get to Stonefist from the mine, but I share Nereus's skepticism that if we ever wanted to move on from Stonefist to get to Othema, I am not confident that the tunnel network of mine shafts will deliver us to Othema's doorstep.
We take one of the abandoned carts that was pushed up to the tree when we started to move north to the cave entrance. That cart was over there. Yeah?
We could probably, since we're turning the Duke in alive, negotiate for one of the spare carts that they've stolen and probably a pack of goats.
You have
I might-
nothing to negotiate with.
He wanted his head, he gets his whole body. I see that as 90% more real estate here.
I
Could
would
also
much
bring
rather
some
have your
goats.
head than your head and your body.
Noted. So,
I will
option
bring the
B.
goats then.
Option B, we somehow get horses and a wagon here and travel above ground.
Why don't we just take one of the wagons that just returned? It's not like they're full of anything, they're empty.
If
We
Elise
just-
is alive, wouldn't she, of all places, go there? Wouldn't be running into a potential even riskier situation? Maybe not.
Are you
So-
worried about some servant girl?
I'm worried what the servant girl could alarm and alert a bigger number of people to.
Well, the longer we spend here discussing it, the bigger the risk any decision is.
Agreed. So option A, mine. Option B, steal a cart and let's roll. What do y'all think?
Just for some more emphasis on the stealing the cart portion. At some point, the manor is going to be on fire. If I did my job properly. So,
What? You kind of glossed over that, Tardan. What are you talking about, man? You set the house on fire, bro.
Yeah, way to not lead with the most breaking news.
Are you serious right now?
it's not on fire yet. I threw a chair in there, so it's a slow burn. But once the chair catches fire, hopefully some of the other stuff catches fire, and the rest of the house is on fire. I figured we needed a distraction.
I face palm hard enough to probably take damage. I don't know.
Well, now that I
Okay.
know that the mind plan came from the same brain as that plan, I might not take it.
The Duke said, or not the Duke, the Prince made it clear he's not in control of the other Duergar. They could just take the Duke from us and kill us. Let's go. On the road.
So the cart it is.
Okay, the cart. We get there, empty cart, load up quick, and leave.
Speak with animals, some goats.
Stealing the cart from the market or from Pelu?
Palu's the only one that has the carts where they can have the horses that can move us, right? All these carts are just sitting there with stuff in them, right?
Yeah, I mean the ones in the market are definitely filled with things. Right?
And with no animals attached to them to just
Generally not,
Just
right?
bust
They
out.
would probably
Okay.
be unattached, right?
We
So
have
it's-
goats.
I think what
Arak
Indigo
has
is-
goats.
I think what Indigo is referring to is how do we secretly put on goats onto a wagon and then get it out of the trader area?
Well,
Steal
we're
it.
adventurers. We answer to no one.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, most realistic plan then. I try to gather everybody in as best I can with a huddle. We're going to where the carts were when we got back. We're going to find an empty one. We're going to quickly and quietly throw the Duke in the back. Everybody get in, haul ass down the road, and we will navigate as best we can back to where the roadblock was. Yeah.
Out of character, my question is so you all feel compelled that you need to have like a carriage or a wagon of some sort for the journey, right?
It's pretty
Oh,
far.
actually,
I thought
Yeah.
that
I
I
guess
do
we
feel
don't.
that way.
you need it.
Well, I mean, you
Well,
that's
I
what's
felt
been that's
like
when,
I tried to do that.
right, and that's what's been told, right? Is that the conditions are going to be harsh, and that's what's going to be needed, and whatnot. Pelu doesn't know that this all has kind of happened, right? So you can go up there and attempt to fly and pass. I mean, Pelu doesn't know any of this, what you've done, right?
Yeah, but we
So-
just want to go. We don't want to add another layer of complexity.
Well, that's
like,
what
we
I'm
should
saying.
either
That's
go
what-
on-
That's what would happen though if you attempted to steal like a trader's wagon or whatever it is. That's what would happen is you would add this layer of complexity, especially now that Tardan, you know that the guard has been warned, right? That
But that's
they've been
fine. They
told.
can come after us and get killed by Dwergar. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
That's
I-
what
I-
would happen to him.
Other side note, we could just walk because originally the issue that we had was surviving the night in the harsh climate. Tardan also knows Tiny Hut now, so we don't have to worry about that at night.
relying on Tarzan for the tiny.
The sun is real. Like,
Was there an audible sigh from
There was an audible
from
sigh.
Nary?
Darius, you
Nobody-
just said that you wanted to reduce the complexity of the situation. That significantly
well,
reduces the
I mean,
complexity.
yeah, sure.
To be fair, that is true.
All right, Darius is just
I
going
would
to
just
start
walk.
walking out of town. He's just going to start walking out of town. He's the guide. You guys can follow or not. He's done.
Tardan will follow.
Okay.
All
It
right.
means that Harak is going to have to carry the Duke the entire time. So
Unconscious,
Sucks.
slumped on your shoulders, covered like a burlap sack of potatoes. You all begin to stride out to the temperatures of the howling wind with the snow falling around. You head outside of a rock once again.
Are we walking?
That's
Yeah,
what
we're
that
walking.
Seems like what you're all doing. The
Gotta
biggest
leg it.
concern was shelter, and you all have shelter. So I just obviously we'll
And,
bring up right food wise, but it sounds like everyone has rations, so shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah. And if we camp, I might be able to compel the Duke to not resist a zone of truth and get him to answer some questions if anyone has anything specific.
All right.
just once, I would like some peace and quiet.
You know, I can make you deaf. I'm just throwing it out there.
I can make you dead.
Mm-hmm.
So as you all begin to head out of rock at some point, an hour passes by, you start trudging through, the snow's falling, it's a little difficult as far as the terrain goes, but you're managing, getting through it. Tardan, the cold, you don't feel it. You don't feel cold at all. Doesn't seem to be any impact by the environment that you're currently in. The rest of you, it's different, right? Snow's getting in your face, the temperature, even with warm clothing, it's going to be very challenging. You all have been through these conditions before. Walking alongside the actual carriages in the Rock Mining Company wasn't difficult to do, right? You're able to do that. The problem with it now is that you have to camp at some point, or unless you want to continue to move through the night. You've gone to a significant distance outside of the actual village that you can see it at the backdrop, barely through the actual snow. And at some point, there's a little bit of a light that begins to glow in the distance. It's hewish. It's been bouncing off some of the actual snow and the fog and things. Tardan, smile might overcome your face. It seems that your plan might have come to fruition. That said, you're far enough away. It doesn't seem like anybody's pursuit. Right, there's someone following you as far as you can stretch across this tundra, but this kind of landscape of barrenness before you can see now is the Frosthorn Pass. You have yet to get to that spot where that ambush took place. Always to somewhere that you can eventually camp out if you want. But at any point in this journey, you can set up shop anywhere. It's all your choice. So you want to keep going until you get to that kind of ambush spot that you know that has that cliffside. You can always saddle yourselves up there on the cliffside for rest. That's a decent protected area up there on that cliffside. You can camp out here and just say, hey, no one's going to follow us down the road, especially at night in these conditions and it's cold. But there isn't really any cover here, right? You might have a few rocks and a few little small evergreen trees and shrubs, but they're all leafless primarily, and, well, except for the evergreen trees, and it's just not a lot. The snow itself provides the most cover, right? The conditions and weather.
Narius, as our guide, will you let us know when it is prudent that we stop before it becomes problematic?
If you'll listen to me, we should stop now so that we can be on the road again at first light. If they're going to send anyone after us, it won't be when it's dark.
I'm going to kind of
Best when
point
we're
back.
moving and we see them coming.
Okay, I'm going to point back to High Rock. I believe they're probably busy anyway, so I agree. If everyone will gather around, I'll begin ritual casting Tiny Hut.
So setting aside off the unmarked road, going up a few 50, 80 feet or so, right, getting off of the actual road. You're in a position where the concealment is quite well, with the snow kind of billowing around. Gathering around yourselves, Tartan, you begin to invoke your magic, kind of cresting the spherical nature around. Eventually, the wind itself just kind of ceases, and this just stops as this barrier forms around. The conditions themselves get quite warm. And you notice the snow upon the actual earth itself begins to kind of melt away, but there's no water. It quickly becomes vaporized and then dispenses outside of the shelter itself, creating almost a good environment and conditions that's habitable for anyone.
You weren't joking when you said tiny.
No, it's about a 10 by 10. We could just squeeze in nice and close.
Because I don't know, because I am new. Is this actually like walls and a ceiling, or is it just it creates an area of which it's comfortable?
It's either translucent or opaque. It's a magical barrier. So it's literally like you're still outside, but it's all of a sudden, bam, just instantly.
It's like a half dome bubble.
Yep, and if you're inside, you can walk, I think, back and forth through it at the time of casting. But once you're outside, you can't get in.
Well, you can designate anybody to move in and out. Just if you leave, it breaks.
Because I have to pee before bed, and I don't know.
Yeah, we can go in and out as much as
they can
you
go
want.
in and out. You can't.
Okay, I can.
Got it.
Okay.
But no one else could come in. Like if
I just didn't know.
Elise came here, she would, be unable to get in.
Yeah, it's a giant force field essentially. Well, small.
Is that
force
the
field.
level? Is that the level of immersion that we're going for? By the way, it's the pee break before bedtime.
I'm in 100%. I am in.
I can't wait.
That's it, bro.
Gotta be realistic. Makes sense.
Well, I will leave the hut for 5 minutes. Maybe not 5 minutes, maybe like 50 seconds, and then I will shake it off, and I will come back, and I will pass out because I don't care what the Duke has to say. We got to get to wherever.
Settling down, the Duke is now conscious.
Knock him out again.
I agree. I agree with Nereus right now 100%.
We don't care what he wants to say. He's going to try and barter for his life or something tiresome. We have to take his head.
I say we let him
No! Starts freaking out, violently shaking, moving his body as fast as possible.
You best be quiet. And Nereus will move closer. Have you ever been waterboarded?
Like inchworming to get outside of the bubble.
Damn it, all of you! I stand up and I give him the indigo backhand to the face. Try to knock him out again. All right. I pass out.
Someone should stay awake just in case. I'm not confident in this magic protecting us.
I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll
stay
sleep
up all
anyway.
night well, I'll stay up all night if it means watching our prisoner.
We should take turns. It wouldn't do well for any of us to be fatigued if we come under attack.
Okay.
I only need 4 hours of meditation, so.
Yeah, but you can always split it up. You just have to rest for like 10 hours if you all take watches, and then obviously Tartan has trance, so it's like 4 hours. So it'd be like 10 hours of rest for the whole lot. That's about it.
Yeah.
So, kind of bed down. Some of you kind of take watch, maybe switch if you want. The conditions become worse over the night, kind of progress, right? The snow is falling and falling slightly heavier. Eventually in the morning arising. Through your watches, nothing had happened. Eventually in the morning as it rises, advancing to the next day here. I'm going to put it based on the 10 hours by a.m. You can see the sun kind of poking through some of the overcast cloud layer. The snow itself has stopped. The actual hut itself has like a snow kind of ridge line around it, right? They kind of been billowing and up around as the snow had kind of fell. You don't see anything along the road. You're kind of stretching yourself, waking up, and you look down the road towards the pass. Nothing. You look up the road towards the rock, right? And this kind of unmarked path that they call a road. And you don't see anybody. There's no wagons. There's no carts. There's no nothing. Eventually, now that the conditions themselves have gotten somewhat lessened, you can actually see in the distance the actual cliffside that kind of is almost climbing up and billowing up towards that pass, where you know that is nearby that is the actual ambush location, right, where those wagons were pitched and other things, and you all were attacked. So, with that, the Duke is awake. It's awake along with the rest of you. It's been awake for, looks to be in some time. Didn't say anything, hasn't mentioned anything, hasn't wiggled, hasn't moved, hasn't done anything. It's just has eyes open, just like looking around at all of you. Hasn't said anything.
Knock him out again. It's not like he needs to eat today.
He needs to cry.
It is his last
Tears
day
coming
alive.
from the eyes.
No,
He's crying.
that's a little too much.
Well, then just cut off his head right here. Be easier to carry.
I'm sorry, Nereus. Are you an equal member of this party?
I like to think I am more than most in the party, yes.
So either you are our employee and you do not get a say in what we do, or you do get a say and we don't pay you. Choose whatever you want. Makes no difference, but choose one.
I am your guide. Wasting resources on someone that will be dead soon enough is foolish. That is all.
He does have civil rights. You know, he isn't. We don't know what he's done. We don't know why we're turning him in. There's no reason not to feed him. I just want the necklace.
He might have human rights, but he has no civil rights.
Garden.
Talthard dogs have no rights.
You telling me this was only just about the necklace?
Tardan's just gonna kind of smile. Doing a little bit of good doesn't hurt. But you know, at the end of the day, the net gain for me is the necklace.
Are we to expect a similar reaction after we conclude our business with the prince?
What do you mean?
I am guessing at your intentions. Since you just said that you are somehow, I'm going to say, lusted after his necklace. You're saying it just now. Makes me wonder what will happen to our plans after we return to the prince who wears the same necklace.
Well, once I turn him in for the prince's necklace, my dealings with the prince will be done. I will have my necklace. At that point, I am to return the favor of you guys going back to town and helping me. So I will continue to see you on to the Redwood Forest, and if possible, help Harak here with his vengeance.
Do you think he? I'm not going to say that he's not going to give it to us. I mean, that would be unpredictable. But maybe I'll ask this instead. what is the significance? Is there a significance to the necklace? What is the significance to the necklace? Do you have a
Well, if you
significance?
remember when we were all on the boat, we all have these gemstones. Mine happens to look much like the prince's. Also, it looked much like the one that the Duke was wearing. And I'm going to kind of take off the necklace that the Duke was wearing, and I'm going to kind of hold it out to show the empty gem slot. When I put this around my neck, his gem liquefied, and I'm going to pull my gem out. And this is going to be the first time I'm seeing it too, so we're all seeing this together. I don't know what changes happened to this necklace.
Okay. So upon removing it, it seems to form a crescent shape, somewhat like a moon. And it seems to kind of embody the same slot as it does. It seemed to manipulate the metal around it as well to continue to fit into the inlay. It seems to form into a similar sort of length, I should say, as the kind of the 1 inch was designated before. It's also a little bit more translucent. It's not necessarily nearly completely opaque. And it's become smooth. There's no roughness to the edge or chiseling of the actual stone.
And this is what happened with the liquidation of his. So I can only imagine what happens when I put the prince's, which seems to be more powerful as it called to me.
You knew that
around.
was going to happen?
I did not know that was going to happen. But after seeing this happen, I am now more driven to get the prince's necklace.
You got to be okay with the fact if he says, if he goes back on that and he don't.
What do you mean you have to be okay with? What do you mean we have to be okay with it?
Well, Tardan does. That king could just say, "Thanks for bringing his head. I spare you your lives," and then he won't give you anything.
He could, however, as we've noticed with the Duergar, they are an honorable people. If he wanted us dead, he would have killed us in the town. He could have easily sent his army to fetch the Duke.
I mean, could he have? Seems
I
like
mean,
if
he had mages.
seems like if he could have done that, he would have already done it, though. Why even
Are
ask?
you suggesting that if we are double crossed, we should simply get over it?
I think that I would rather be double-crossed and alive than dead in a cave, because then I can't get you to your forest. I can't help Herock. I can't help Nereus, even though he's lower on the list. No offense, Nereus, but
I don't need anything from you, Indigo, but I appreciate the sentiment.
not yet, my friend. Not yet.
Well, wait a second. We just committed a pretty despicable act of villainy. In cold blood. And I appreciate that we have not yet become executioner. But we have certainly fulfilled the role of abductor.
And just think, there might have been some of those servants caught in that fire that didn't make it out.
Okay, and arsonist. I'll put arsonist on the list. I didn't realize we were. I didn't know we were doing that. But
I think that's on Tardan's list. I didn't actually start anything.
Sir Dougal, the servants of the Talthars are not neutral parties.
I'm sure they're not. I don't mean to say that they're not. I don't mean to say that they are innocent. I am not their judge and jury. However, I am not their judge and jury. I'm not their executioner. I am none of them. I hear you. I have enemies as well. and I would not consider my enemy's comfort or safety much either. But there needs to be, there should be, I shouldn't say there needs to be, there should be a recognition of the difference between cold blood and hot blooded, I'm going to say, crimes. And I'll let you pick a different word, but I'm glad that we haven't killed him yet, Nereus. I'm glad that we haven't cut off his head. I wonder, though, exactly to Indigo's point, what's going to happen when the king changes his mind? Sorry, prince. When the prince changes his mind.
Everything that we have experienced with them leads us to believe that they have a culture based upon honor and self-value, not a culture based upon possessions or superficial belongings. Their culture is much more military. Hey, I said I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. And if they don't do that, they are held to a standard by those above them. So the prince likely also follows that and does not wish to dishonor his king and his people by going back on his word. Seeing as how he is the seventh prince, that is even more so, as it is much easier for somebody that far down the heritage line to.
I hope you're right. I really do hope you're right. But I believe Indigo and now myself, our concern is not whether or not he double crosses us. That is another very good question, and one that we can pontificate on. It's about how are we going to handle it when he does? I don't have to ask you how are we going to handle it when he gives us exactly the payment we agreed upon. No one's wondering how we're going to handle that. How are we going to handle it when he double crosses us? Not asking you, is he going to double cross us? It's a different question. One that I think you're actually rather spot on. I just wonder what you're ready to do, what you are ready to do in, the off chance that they're not quite as honorable as you think.
If the dwarves decide that we die, then we die. There is no way to escape that throne room.
Well, that's quite a sell.
There's also no way through the pass without at least some reprieve to these attacks.
We could make the exchange advantageous for us, just in case. It doesn't mean we have to go all the way deep underground to his throne room. We could pass him off at the mouth of the cave. Hey, look, here he is.
With respect, I think we should take the Duke to the Prince.
I don't think we let him out of our sight until we're at the Prince.
No, I'm saying all of
right,
us.
You're saying bring the Prince to us. Right.
With the fact that we have what he wants, we're just watching our back a little bit. We could easily say, we're at your door. Would you mind coming upstairs just a minute? Because above ground we can at least run.
I am taking the Duke to the Prince in his throne room. You all may follow me or not.
Tar's just gonna kind of hold his hand up towards the rock and just shrug, like, you know, we're all in this together at this point. There's gonna be times where I'm gonna have to trust your guys' judgment, and this is gonna be one of those ones where we just have to trust our rocks and mine.
This is not something I ask lightly, but my people need allies in whatever form it takes.
Are you all walking at this point? Kind of walking
That's
and
what
talking.
Eris
Yeah.
was gonna say. Like,
I-
it's like
I
we
would-
can't have this
I would-
conversation on the road. If I may, I know I am merely hired help. But I think the most important thing we need to discuss is if he offers us safe passage or this necklace. It's clear which we will choose, correct?
The
You
necklace.
did not. Roll initiative. No. If that's the case, I will not be going down into the caves. I am not a fool, and I will not die for some trinket of your feelings.
The
You
deal
all
that was.
see-
Oh, go ahead.
You all see treachery in others because you yourselves are treacherous.
We did not bargain for our safe passage. He bargained for the necklace. Had
We did-
I been speaking to the prince, I could have negotiated for both. I'm merely pointing out he has no reason to let us pass freely. He is upholding his deal by giving us the necklace.
He did say his people would not prevent us from passing through the pass once we were done.
And made it very clear there were many not under his control.
That is true. But we've also experienced that there are humans that are going to try to stop us from getting through the pass.
I'm not afraid of humans.
These dwarves could have killed us at any moment they chose. Except for the part where he kicked their ass, I guess, but I'm not going to say that in character.
At this
I don't.
point,
I'm
go
super
ahead.
concerned with. I am concerned with the dangers that await us. And that could be humans. It could be Duergar. It could be Duergar loyal to the prince. It could be Duergar disloyal to the prince. I guess the reason for my question, if I could distill it to its most crystalline clarity, I'm most concerned, though, with our behavior, not whether or not we will overcome whatever dangers wait for us, lurking around each bend. I am most concerned with our own behavior, which was the reason for my question. Not whether or not we should descend into the cavern, not whether or not we should barter for this or that, which are all very good questions. I'm not trying to demean anyone or minimize anyone's point of view. I'm simply trying to clarify my own concern, which is are you prepared to abandon the civility you practice in order to obtain these necklaces?
The Duke abandoned the town. While he's in our care, yes, he can have the civil rights. However, once he's turned over to the Duergar, he is now a prisoner of war. And how they treat a prisoner of war, that is not my culture. That is not my understanding, my morale. My morale is while he is next to necklace.
Prison of war that's been delivered by us.
Correct.
Yeah.
However, that just makes us mercenaries. It's no different than any other job I would take to see the world, no different than any job I would take to join the Striker.
I personally hope that... I'm hoping that light is shed once the Duke is turned over. We'll either know if he's a bad guy or if the Prince is a bad guy, and he's of bad people. At which point, I'll feel better because I'll know more clearly which is the evil of the world. As far as your necklace goes, I hope he just gives it to you. But I do agree that I'm not going to start a fight underground over a necklace.
Oh, correct.
I'm not going to leave Harak high and dry. If he wants to go down there, I'll go with him. But I'm not going to fight. I hope we should agree on that. We're here to do an exchange. And regardless of the outcome of the exchange, we exit and proceed on our way with the information that comes from that. And if they start a fight, then we do what we can to defend and leave and save our lives.
I agree. Our lives come first.
I agree with everything you just said.
Maybe that's where my communication hasn't been clear. The priority is our lives. The second priority is the necklace, and third priority is obviously making life easier. From my point of view.
What do you think, Dougal?
I can't wait. I hope it's everything you said it would be.
Life's full of surprises.
It absolutely is.
So at this
Including,
part of
and not limited to, arson.
So at this part of the journey, you definitely have reached those wagons, those that actually have been destroyed and dismantled, right? And the ambush spice. The tree is still down, has been relatively untouched. You also see the mixture of different crossbow bolts, potentially in the actual carts and wagons, which are still on the road. They have yet to really been moved, kind of off the actual unmarked path, right? And so you see the snow's kind of burrowed around them and things, and some of the bolts are in the woodwork and whatnot if someone went astray. And you have the boulders, and of course you're keeping your eyes open, I'm sure, and perceiving, doing the best you can. Nothing there, right? There's nobody firing things from the cliffside. There's nobody shouting, running away outside of the boulder areas, kind of hiding around towards you, all those large rocks. It seems to be quite quiet. The bodies that were on the actual ground, now covered in snow, you don't even see them. And it seems that this is just another place in time, without any sort of disturbance, and kind of showcasing potentially the far reaches of this continent. That a day passes by, hours pass by, and things just don't change. It's just not a lot of movement through here, not a lot of people coming through here. Knowing that you yourselves are probably the last people that come through in this space, and now you're coming back through again. You continue to march and move. The snow has yet to start. It's kind of billowing at this point. You can tell by the clouds in the sky as the sun itself is now blocked by the overcast, and the clouds are churning in a different color, slightly darker than gray. And you now begin to head up the actual pass and begin to march and begin to move. Hour half passed by, you reach that spot. I'm going to advance some more time through the conversation here. Just give this to about noonish. You can always eat rations right as you go and eat things as you progress. It's at this point I'm going to ask, so who exactly is carrying the Duke? Okay. What is your strength?
It is 18.
18. Okay. So you're not having an issue carrying the Duke currently. The Duke is quite actually heavy, this figure. slender and whatnot, is packed on the pounds being up here in the north. But you're able to manage the Duke easily. The Duke is slightly awake, right? Kind of looking around, being carried, still sobbing at intervals of time throughout the journey. Isn't wailing and moaning and shifting around, just some tears falling from the eyes. And you continue to progress with the Duke, and eventually you going to reach that same spot that you know that there's that little bit of a pass, right, that leads through on the north, right, headed to the mountainside. Is there anything that anybody wants to come to, or conversations to be had through the hours passing by as you travel?
No, I think at this point.
Last
Actually-
chance for Zone of Truth.
Actually, I got one, I think, important question to ask before we head down. Who's talking to the prince? I think it should be only one or two of us. I don't think we should all just bombard him with talk. We should have one or two people only to speak for us.
So I have something to ask like at the end, but I'm not gonna say that I want to be part of the negotiations. I feel like someone else should be part of it. But I do want to say my thing at the end.
I believe it should be Nereus and myself that talk to the prince. Nereus can keep it transactional and keep the emotions out of it, as it should be. It should be a trade. The passageway and the necklace for the Duke.
If I'm to be involved, Tardan, you're well aware that the prince will likely ask you to execute the Duke in front of him. Will you do it? You speak of civility, but would it not be merciful to end his suffering now, to spend the entire day knowing he's about to die? I'm not the monster here.
If it comes to that, I would consider it an honor to end his life.
To Dougal's point, the reason we brought him alive is that we are not the executioners. Based on the conversation I had with Indigo and Dougal, Sir Dougal, I promised that I would not go any further than necessary to bring the Duke to the prince. However, if the prince does request that the Duke dies, that is as far as it necessarily has to go, and I think that falls within the bounds of our agreement.
It's up to the prince, I suppose. In the future, when you're negotiating such things, you should clarify that you will bring him alive, and he can have his head if he likes it. I'll give you that one for free.
Do you negotiate a lot of prisoner exchanges, Nereus?
I'm a man of innumerable talents, Tardan, as I'm sure you're well aware.
Tardan's just gonna give him the old thumbs up, like, all right, cool, dude.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if negotiation is one of your talents.
I would prefer not to be negotiating anything. Especially
here
on
we
the
are.
ground.
Harak, are you going to be using, because you mentioned Zone of Truth very briefly, is that something you're going to be doing here, or is that?
It doesn't seem like anyone else has anything they want to ask, and I don't have anything I really care about, so I guess I will not be using it.
Okay. All right. So,
If you do, speak up now.
Nothing
right.
from Tardan.
I'm a
eventually-
trustful person.
all right. After eating your rations or some food for lunch, and to continue to advance the time, you reach the spot where potentially the ballistas were positioned, and the wagon itself was kind of turned. You reach that spot, and as you do, something you're anticipating, right, there to be Duergar here. You're anticipating the ballistas to be here, the wagon itself to be here. You know, as soon as you come into the space rounding the bend, you see the wagon itself is pushed off on its side, somewhat off kilter a little bit, right? So it's off the actual unmarked road, and it seems from the look of it, it seems as though there are breaking and splintering of the actual wood and the framing of it. It's almost as if it's been crushed. Something has kind of landed on it. It's kind of crushed and then moved and kiltered. As you're looking around and stretching and doing the best you can, you see some of the actual evergreen trees within a line coming from the northeast. Some of the tops of them are splintered. Some of them are kind of shifted and moved off to the sides, and some of their actual trunks themselves are broken just a little bit. You also don't see any ballista. There's no tracks of anything as you climb up on the cliff and you're looking and analyzing the situation. The Duke's still sobbing a little bit, this time kind of moving, noticing that you're kind of progressing off the road, right? Seeing that, and it's now crying a little bit more and moving. And you're looking around upon the cliff sides. You don't see any boot prints. You don't see any shifting of the actual snow. And you don't see any sort of marks that would define anything else. These themselves, those two factors, giving a little bit of change to the scenery that was potentially, or three factors, right? The fact that there's no Duergar with ballista, those three factors giving change to the scene from which you were here before.
Do the splintered treetops, is the evergreen portion around them gone? Almost like it shot off due to a lightning strike?
Not necessarily shot off due to a lightning strike. It seems as though, from kind of information from your gathering, I'm going to go ahead and have you roll just a flat intelligence check. I think it's either that or wisdom. So you can choose which one you're looking at.
I'll do an intelligence.
Almost an at 20, 12. I think that's good enough just to make the observation look and figure that it seems from the way that the debris is going all in one direction that something had large size, given the kind of the footage. Something very large kind of came through and shattered the trees in the direction of the actual Frosthorn Pass. So coming southwesternly in its direction.
But does it look like it goes up towards the Duergar or just through the pass?
Just looks like something had kind of came and crashed through from the southwestern direction. So it emerged from the northeast, right, and then came southwest, and then came into that space. But then there's the only thing you mention is that wagon, right, that actual thing that's been kind of crushed at this point. Beyond that, there's nothing, no marks, nothing. You do know that it snowed quite heavily, right? So there's a lot of snow as it fell down over top, but beyond that, there's nothing kind of troubling as far as the landscape goes that would give note to anything else. The direction that you all would be heading is almost due north. I mean, you're pretty much heading in a northern direction. Of course, there's switchbacks and other things you're going to navigate from, and also a little bit slightly west, right? So you're actually going away from the crashing of several trees.
I'm going to relay kind of that thought to everyone. It looks like almost something fell. Something large hit the wagon. It doesn't look like it has anything to do with where we're going. However, when we come back through the pass, just something to be mindful of.
Noted.
I think at that point, I'm just going to follow Nereus, I guess, through the pass. Yeah.
So you're going off off the actual Frostford Pass, heading north, right, going towards Clan Stonefist, going towards that cave. We're going to go ahead and transfer, right, another additional hour series beginning to move. The snow itself now softly beginning to fall down, doesn't get quite harsh. temperature beginning to drop as you get closer into the afternoon, right into the evening. I'm gonna go ahead and activate this scene, which is so familiar, right? Coming upon this scene that you've kind of been here before. Now, right away when you come into the scene, as you round a bend coming through the switchbacks, you notice that the tent has been removed. There's no tent that was here before. The ice itself seems kind of scratched over quite a bit. The fresh snow over top has boot prints that have stamped through. You also notice there's no campfires, so maybe either they're covered or they were removed. Some of the wagons themselves have kind of a few different wheels are removed. Other things are kind of taken off of them as if they've been stripped further, but they've been left here. They haven't been pulled, they haven't been moved. You notice that from the snow is kind of building around. In the direction, as soon as you come on, and something that really strikes into the heart. Now, going off of passive perception, some of you actually have 16s. So the two of those is that Indigo and Harak, is that the similar toppling of trees, of these evergreen trees, has happened in almost a very effervescent trajectory onto this particular area as well. And so you're noting slightly more westernly in the approach rather than north. And it's almost as if it's crashed. I'm going to go ahead and use the pencil tool in a direction such as this. That the evergreen trees have been blown off. So you're seeing debris upon the actual ice scape, right? And even further past on the cliffside and off the map, some of the trees have been splintered and moved and pushed.
Are there any large flying beasts known to inhabit the area?
Roll a nature check.
This is why I hate the surface.
12. As far as the size of the beast, it's too difficult to tell based on the fact that the trees have only been kind of skimmed off. It definitely resembles that of a flying creature, right? So you're immediately going to flying. It's kind of thinking off the top of your head, this far north in this landscape. There doesn't seem anything that really comes to your mind as far as a creature such as this.
So this isn't rock country or anything as far as I know.
Yeah, so you don't have, because you didn't take, let's see, feature-wise, you didn't take like a favored terrain, right?
No.
Yeah, okay. So based on where you come from, you have foothills and medium-sized foothills. Some of them get snow sometimes during the wintertime, but you're looking at mainly crevasses and gorges, right? Actually kind of drops in terrain, elevation, and then craggliness. This is very similar to that in a way, right? But you're gaining an elevation that you just never see, right, Harak, where you're kind of coming from. You're getting into the alpine tundra environment that's very high in elevation. The Frostthorn Mountains as well are quite intimidating. Even with a 12 nature check, that there's all manners of monsters and creatures, right, that exist up here, and some of which are quite large and gargantuan, in fact, and they can get quite deadly. Now, none of those, though, as you're kind of putting the pieces in your mind with a check of 12, fit into what you're looking at here.
Well, I guess I will just shrug to myself and head on to the cave.
All right, so everyone heading on to the cave?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as you head north, you kind of drop down, you come into the cavern of the cave. You're not seeing any sort of kind of really issues. It seems all kind of the named kind of landscape setting as you come into this cavern, into this cave. Some of the wagons themselves, further are they degraded, right? Further they're broken down. You're also noticing that there are some burlap sacks of kind of this darker tan cloth that are up here. And just kind of scanning and looking at them, it seems as though they could be processed or kind of impurities from smelting. So you're noticing that they could be kind of dirt and rock that have been kind of covered in charcoal and kind of disturbed from the process of smelting, none of which are kind of salvageable material. It's really just to be discarded. Essentially, the garbage, quote unquote. You're also not
Slag.
seeing. You're also not seeing. Yeah, you're also not seeing any of the Duergar in the cavern either. Right? There's no one actually up here. As you begin to kind of navigate down the staircase, again, we're going to go ahead and advance time as you're traversing down, getting down below. Come into the depths here. We're going to go and transition just audio. Da-da-da-da-da. As the drips themselves beginning to fall down around you, right as the rain, the melt and some of the stonework, right as you're coming down the staircase, eventually you spiral all the way down, get into that same groove, that same corridor, and you can see that the metallic door is in front of you, shut. The actual blind has been closed upon it. It's in front of you, similar in fashion to how it was before. Nothing that you can see here as far as kind of to your left or to your right. Again, it's just the door. There's no Duergar. Similar corridors you've been in before. You all approach it?
Well, I guess I'll knock on the door.
All right. So you knock on the door, kind of opens. You see kind of eyes, these black pupils, white eyes, kind of stretching towards you. Begins to grunt, shuts it, doesn't say any words. Minutes pass by. 6, 7, 8. Eventually, it's 12 minutes or so. Similar mage opens the door, kind of the blinds. You're unlocking of the actual door itself. And it kind of swings over, coming into the space. Kind of you're able to come in. No longer is there a whole slew of Duergar. It's really just this mage and a couple others that are in this corridor. You notice that there's arrow slits to the left and right, to the north and south. Duergar currently in their crossbows are raised, but not necessarily pointed at you. You see this mage kind of open hands and kind of looks with the Duke on their shoulders at this present time of rock. Speaks in common. Excellent. This is good. Prince Grawl Stonefist will be happy. Come. Begins to walk away further down the corridor, headed in the area that staircase that descends down, right, heading in that direction. You all follow?
I'm right
Yeah.
behind him.
Yeah.
I'm walking beside Dougal and give a hand on the shoulder, kind of as we're doing this.
Okay. So you begin to follow. Going to go and activate this scene here. So you descend down the staircase. Again, additional time passes by. It's a long trek right in the depths and the mileage as far as going down. You're putting a light on. Let's see. Da-da. I like how you put mage armor on as well. That's great. Okay. I got you. You put it on twice. It's fine. I like how I put it on. So, the mage in front of you, softly going down the stairs, walks over to the door. Again, similar mechanisms. They begin to talk, kind of bashing inwards. You hear locking gears, winding mechanisms. The door unlocks, opens of its own kind of mechanical nature, comes to the second door. Doesn't unlock, doesn't open. You see the mage just kind of waiting for you all to truck in here.
I'm gonna go ahead and untie and ungag the Duke.
Okay.
Kind of
I
put
don't
him
have
in between me and the mage.
Okay. I'm going to drag the Duke on as soon as we get through here so we don't have tokens clustering it. You're the door shut and locked behind you. Now this door opens and unlocks. See the mage kind of funneling in. At this point, you see the mage slowly fall down to a knee, clasp the hand over the shoulder. My prince, they have brought, I believe, what you have bargained for, albeit alive. You see the doors shut and locked behind you. Now we're going to drop down the Duke's token, put on the restraints. So you wanted the Duke between where?
I'm gonna, I guess, put him right in front of me, like between me and the.
Okay.
Yeah, right there.
You see his principal Stone Fist, hands the hands, kind of going across, is actually drinking out of this black metallic cup. It's like sipping upon it. Kind of looks in the direction, sets it down upon the large throne, bejeweled in different gems and stones. A man, kind of this solid stone foundation, stands up. So doing so, kind of steps forward just a little bit to the edge of the staircase and looks. This is good. You all have done quite well.
So, as bargained for, the necklace and your people will not attack us going through the pass, correct?
That is what was bargained, yes. And that is what will be done. Let's take the amulet off. Grabs it a little bit. Holds it out.
I'm going to go ahead and step up to grab the amulet. I appreciate your honor and your integrity in this. Do you mind if I ask you one single question?
I suppose, since you went through all the trouble of bringing this traitor.
What is it that the Duke has done to deserve the wrath of the Duergar, the honorable people of the mountains?
Betrayal.
You made an alliance with this one, then, that he broke.
An alliance was made not with me, but with someone else. This one has betrayed this alliance. Will undergo justice. I assumed I
Alliance
wouldn't
with
have to bloody
who?
my own throne room. But you surface dwellers have stomachs that are quite, what is the word you use? Queasy. Nerving.
There are ways to kill a man without shedding any blood. However, we figured if he betrayed you in some way, maybe he was worth some information. You've been more than generous to us. I felt giving you somebody to interrogate may be of benefit beyond a corpse.
Are you pleading for the Duke's life?
I am not. His life is no longer my concern. However, I do not wish that you be taken advantage of by anyone else, so he may have information, as I believe there is more at play here. However, they are just my suspicions and not worth noting at this time.
Speculation doesn't do well.
And that is why I'm not going to list my speculation. But a live person can give you facts.
Silence your tongue. There's no need to converse any longer. Are we done?
Prince, what was the agreement between whoever of the Stone Fists made the agreement and the Duke?
Leans down, looks in your direction. You are not Duergar. You are not aligned to Clan Stonefist. You come into my throne room. You deliver. The body, not the head. This one talks, speaks of suspicions and speculations to keep this one alive. Thinks I'm a fool not to realize what it is their true intentions might be. And now you look to get more information on this arrangement. This deal has been completed. There is no reason to talk any longer. Unless you wish to do the deed yourself.
I don't know what to say to that. I have a few thoughts. If anyone else has anything, go ahead while I'm thinking.
Arden's just gonna bow as he's right. We made the deal. I made Indigo a promise, so Tardan's just gonna bow and head out.
Still locked and still shut.
Prince, if you will not tell me the nature of the alliance, then at least tell me, if I take future action against the Talthar, will it also be against you?
There are no quarrels with the Talthars. You may take action against them as you wish.
Well, that's good enough for me. I don't say that in character.
Moves the hand from left to right. Near the door, the gears unwinding, eventually unlock. The door swings open. Leave.
Man, if I was playing Korra, I would get us in so much trouble, but I
Door
won't.
behind you shuts and locks. As it does, door in front of you, Tardan, gears wind, different things. You're hearing motions and shifting as you did before. Within the actual interior space in north and south of the walls, unlocks, the gears winding, the door swings open.
See, that was easy, as I said it would be.
As you leave, the door shuts and again locks. One of the one that's on the left here looks as you kind of begin to walk away, stares and looks at you, and spits upon the ground. Continue to stride up the stairs. All right. Well, that we're going to go and take our break. Take our 10-minute break. It's a good time for it. So we'll be back about 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. PST. So if you are watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Group 5 appreciates it. And we will be back. So see you soon.
Group 5.
Group 5.
Welcome back. You're joining us, going for the second half of the session here with Group 5. So, as you all come back in, you have navigated up the staircase from this Stonefist stronghold, this Duergar stronghold. You begin to kind of escalate, climbing up the staircase. And again, more time begins to kind of progress. Eventually, after a period, you get in towards that long corridor. You walk up, you get to the metal door. The metal door itself, there's a couple Duergar kind of waiting there, 3 or 4 of them. They open the door for you. You exit. They shut the door. They lock it. Nothing happens, right? There's no ambush set. There's nothing. They're just kind of stretching eyes upon you, and you eventually get out. You get into that section of corridor before the spiraling staircase that's embedded into the earth as it spirals, and a descent down. Now you're going to ascend it right up into the actual cave. And as time progresses, this entire amount of time, it's going to put you at 7 o'clock. So it's 7 p.m. currently. So when you actually get into the cavern above, when you get into that spot, it's dark right outside. The sun is beginning to set. The snow is shifting down and flowing down. It comes into this kind of spot where, are you all progressing forward on your journey here, just trying to get as much distance as possible? Are you deciding to kind of bed down within the actual kind of cavern area there? You definitely have kind of options, I should say, of what you would like to do.
Nereus, as the guide, what would you recommend our course of action be at this point?
As honorable as the prince was, it's my recommendation we continue. We should go well into the night before we stop to rest.
If everyone thinks they can make it 5 hours, we can go until the moon is high.
Okay.
I would, while we walk, like to touch the prince's necklace to kind of mine and see if anything happens.
As you do, begins to liquefy, both of them, as they're almost magnetically pulled. As they do, they begin to shimmer into a singular kind of object here that's beginning to form. Its shape best resembles that of a trapezoidal prism. Now, I don't know if you know what that kind of looks like, but basically is 2 trapezoids over top, right? And then they're connected by certain points to form a kind of a pyramidal or prism-like shape, right? So it's very beautiful. It's almost near translucent at this point. It kind of forms this kind of perfect structure. No longer can this fit as it kind of falls down into the palms of your hand. It can't fit in your ankle any longer. And as you kind of stretch and you look at it, it does begin to change its size towards the attempt to fit into the inlay of the amulet. It begins to kind of slowly reduce down in its size. But it does not actually change its shape. It retains its actual design. You're unsure of what effect this may have as that happened. It's unclear. It seems as though you cannot feel the cold, so it seems that is there. But beyond that, you're unsure really of what this does.
Okay.
Does anybody else notice that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't make any attempt to hide it, so if anyone was watching me.
Well, that's kind of a weird thing for a stone to do. So, with Tardan's permission, could I make like an Arcana check or something to? I don't know. I don't even know what I'm looking for. I just want to look at it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to roll an Arcana check to figure out magical properties about the item, it's difficult to ascertain, but you can try.
I mean, this is like 3 in 1 at this point, right?
12. By obviously it changing in its size, if you were privy to that, perceive that, that is obviously something magical. You cannot pinpoint what exactly and the reasoning of why it is, and the object itself seems unfamiliar to you in any of your research or studies or what you've come across from experiences.
All
If
right.
you if
I
you're
follow.
that curious, I could examine it when we stop for a price.
What is your price?
You not talking for a day?
Given that there are no combat surprises in which I need to use my voice, I can make that deal for 1 day of travel.
No, 1 day of my choosing.
Oh,
I look at Tarden.
We do 12 hours.
Fine.
I will make that deal with you.
There's the smallest hint of a smile on Nereus's face for the first time in a very long time. Smallest.
Progress forward then after making that arrangement.
Mm-hmm.
Activating this scene as you come across the crest of the actual mound, right, and begin to descend down. You come into the familiar place that you've traversed through. You can actually see some of your prints in the path in the entrenched kind of place. The snow itself beginning to fall down, kind of covering those prints over the past hours or so. As you come into this area and come in visible range of the frozen lake, you see that there are actual splinters of the ice itself. Some of them are actually jagged, pointing upwards, and there's craggles all around as some of the ice has been splintered in a large, massive radius about it.
Is that good?
Interesting.
Footprints.
Roll perception.
Okay.
From this distance, you don't see anything except for your own.
So where was this at again? Near the tree? Is that?
It's the ice itself, the frozen lake, all like kind of cracked and splintered and stuff, and some of the snow's gonna fall in.
Can we see anything from the bank?
Up to the bank, and as you stretch in, the earth itself begins to shake, and emerging from the actual ice is a massive adult white dragon. As it explodes out of the ice, emerging its head, begins to shake it, moving left and right. As it comes outwards, lets out a roar into the air itself, and its wings kind of curling and furling itself, almost as if it's sort of slithering its neck down with the ice kind of falling down. This dragon is easily about 80 feet as far as its length, and it's curled with half of its body, and well, half of its body is still actually in the water as it's curled and looking towards. It kind of smiles as this frost almost kind of imbues and falls out of its mouth. Something that's important is that this particular dragon has a lot of different spikes, almost sporting a beard upon its actual neck of these kind of ice spikes jutting out, and its scales themselves are quite hardy and rigid, and you're noticing there's dirt and other pieces of material upon its scales as well. An attempt that it probably was burrowed, or it has the potential to burrow as it kind of pulled itself up. Its wings still kind of curled into its body. You're noticing not necessarily a sleekness to this dragon, in that it doesn't kind of have a kind of a sleekness and aerodynamics, but definitely has that to be able to kind of tunnel and imbue, as many of its actual wings have little spikes and other sorts of grooves and things. Its tail kind of pulls itself out of the water and kind of clubs down with a large kind of splash noting that there's a little bit of a spike kind of clubness to the actual tail. Again, a lot of jagged edges, a lot of different kind of ice spikes and bone kind of protruding outwards, and its face as well as two nostrils kind of pulls out with this frost, right? Just this embodiment of frost kind of unfurling from its mouth and its nose and around its neck, and it smiles and it looks down. Yes. Licks as its tongue kind of unfurls and slithers across its mouth as it stretches and looks down, stares directly into the face of Tardan. As it looks, I will eat you first. I need everyone to roll initiatives.
That's a dragon. Oh shit, boys.
This is where we all die.
He's looking at you because of that necklace.
Yeah, I should have known as soon as we came through that this was not a good idea with this necklace.
Wouldn't have stopped you.
Nope.
Definitely not.
If he's gonna eat Tardan, I mean, maybe Nereus should ally with this dragon.
Hey, Nereus, you do what you gotta do, bud.
Well, Hrock respects power above all else, so if this guy kills the rest of you, then it looks like I have a new...
All right, Nereus, you're up round one.
All right. Well, can Nereus make a check about dragons? Is that cool?
More than welcome to, depending on what you're trying to check for, though, could take your action.
He just wants to see, like, I mean, I just don't know how commonplace dragon abilities are, right? Like, obviously we saw a dragon with the boat, but, like, they typically just like something brief. He's not trying to find out, like, weaknesses or anything, just like, does that make sense? Like, just like kind of
Sure.
common knowledge.
Common knowledge about dragons, particularly this color. Go ahead and roll an Arcana check, or you can roll a Nature check.
Yeah, cotton's fine.
25 white dragons, they breathe cold, icy breath. They also have a kind of ability to burrow underneath the ground for long periods of time, and they also can climb upon ice with ease.
Okay. It's kind of what you'd expect, but cool. Yeah, he just wants to make sure. All right, well, he'll move down here. He won't say anything, but he'll raise a hand as he is going to cast Tidal Wave.
Okay.
Because who needs Fireball when you can summon Tidal Waves?
True.
All right, so I'm sure that Tidal Wave is probably just going to be a single target type deal because it can't.
Yeah,
really
it's.
compete
I mean,
with
he'll
the
just
way
make a
that
giant wave of water, but yeah.
Yeah, so giant wave is conjure as it kind of comes out from there and kind of pushes into this dragon, right? Kind of shoving it into the rocks. Now, one thing that's clear is that this dragon is actually taller than the cliffside next to it in height. In fact, great dozens of feet taller than the cliffside to its right. So you're kind of shoving in almost a bit of its body as you're kind of pushing. Now, this wave, as it comes through, each creature must make dexterity saving throw. I'm sure you can kind of form it in a way, right, because based on the water and emerging, it's kind of keeping away from the bank and it's shoving and pushing. On a successful save, we'll take half and isn't knocked prone. It's then going to the water's going to kind of spread outwards, hitting into the rock, and then it's going to dissipate, right? It's going to kind of fall in a way because there's nowhere else to traverse, right? Nowhere else to kind of progress. This dragon is going to fail its saving throw of your DC of a 16, and so doing takes 13 points of bludgeoning damage and is knocked prone. However, something odd happens as the wave hits into it across the entire scope of the dragon's flesh, the scale, as the wave crashes in, is this purple and pink cackling lightning that begins to sprout across it, forming almost a magical barrier. It seems to sustain no damage. I'm going to go ahead and move it just 5 feet as it's hit by the wave. It sustains no damage, but it does kind of crumple down into a prone state as it kind of hits into the cliff and is slightly at a disadvantage from that. However, you don't see any sustained damage as this lightning almost kind of spurts across it in electric static almost in the way of this actual barrier. And after the wave kind of caresses and goes through, that begins to kind of cease and sizzles out. As it kind of took the blow, it kind of grunted a little bit and kind of shifted its mouth and slowly turns its head in your direction and smiles with this toothy grin.
All right, that's it.
All right. Rock, you're up.
Is it apparent to me that it didn't take any damage?
From your viewpoint, you can't see on that side of the particular beast. You'd have to probably maneuver to be able to see if it took damage or not. You know it got hit by it, and it definitely moved and got hit into the cliffside, but it's too difficult to see if it took damage or not.
Okay. Would I be able to cast Fog Cloud in a way that, like, kind of like centered on its head so that it wouldn't be able to see, but my allies could potentially target its body? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so you're going to attempt to create a fog cloud over its head. The difficult part of nature of that is it simply can lower its head outside of the fog cloud. So that would kind of defeat the purpose of
Yes.
it.
Well, it doesn't have to. It could be stupid.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could imagine, hey, I'm going to cast a fog cloud on its head and whatnot in that general direction. It would be best be used to create concealment for your friends rather than actually concealing this beast. But that's up to you how you want to do it.
Well, I've changed my mind. Oh, I must target 0 tokens. I must target a token. I'm trying to roll magic weapon.
Oh,
But I
okay,
must-
yeah. It
It's
wants to
saying I
target.
have to.
Yeah, you have to target
target zero.
yourself, I think. Yeah.
When I'm
This is
targeting myself, it says I have to target 0, and when I target 0, it says I have
That's
to
so
target
funny.
1.
I got you. So you're using magic weapon.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna use it on my longbow.
Okay. So you touch man magic weapon until the weapon becomes a magic weapon with +1 bonus to attack rolls and damage rolls. So I'm actually going to go ahead and just manually edit your longbow because that's probably going to be the easiest thing to do. Adding 1 and then going to be adding +1. Like magical. All right. Done deal.
Can I go ahead and move here? That's where I want to end my turn, and then I guess shoot from there.
Okay, so you're going to kind of stride up, moving through the snow off the actual road, kind of getting there. Bonus action, use magic weapon. Go ahead and fire. Okay, so as a prone status, it's going to give you disadvantage because you're using a ranged weapon, which is super funny. So taking the nat 20, based on the fact that it's technically you wouldn't get a disadvantage with range against this particular creature. So getting the nat 20 as it does, it flies directly to the center chest of this creature. The arrow seems to kind of glisten from the magicalness of your weapon as it's casted. As it lands, that same cackling of that purple and pink begins to sprout from its chest, and the arrow kind of goes into it. And as it does, it slowly breaks apart and splinters and fragments from the actual force of the electricity that's kind of scattering across the center chest of this beast.
Well, I have one more attack. Why not use it, I guess?
A 9. It's going to be a
Not
miss
very good rolls
outright.
here.
And aiming out for kind of the second there. Took the kind of the we'll take the first roll. So 8 plus your modifiers, 9 to 11, 11 plus 3, 14. So 14. That's going to be a flat miss as well. So the 14 kind of fires off as the arrow aimed towards the neck or the head, kind of veers off, heading left in the distance.
Well, that's my turn.
All right, Indigo, you're up.
Let's do some
Shit
monk
just
shit.
got real.
Let's do some monk shit. Okay. 5, 10, 15. As big as this thing is, I am going to try to punch it in the face.
Okay. You see, as its head still kind of raised, you're actually going towards one of its legs. It's actually stretched into the
Gotcha.
actual ground, so that's where you're going to be striking. You're also having to navigate across the slippery ice as it's kind of falling, it's cracked, shifting. But you're able to kind of maneuver yourself to there. Go ahead and
Okay.
press T for target, and then swing away.
Gotcha.
12 has come across. You see as it's shifting its weight and moving, coming for a swing. As you begin to slap down, you strike into the barriers. It kind of shimmers out from the actual above the draconic scales of this creature with its large, intimidating front left leg.
We're gonna go again harder.
Going for a second strike, 25, come across in the other way, similar fashion, as this barrier begins to vibrate outwards and cackles, as well as it kind of holds onto your hand when you pull away from your fist, as it slowly begins to tickle the flesh as it begins to dance across on your fist, and eventually it dissolves and dissipates.
And bonus attack. I'm gonna hit it one more time. See if anything happens.
18, coming for a kick. A little bit low to the left-right. As you strike and go in, same barrier. Does not penetrate through.
Okay. And then I am going to bust a move all the way to here and hopefully like slide under.
Okay, going underneath the wagon.
Yeah. All
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put you prone.
right. Thank you.
Yep. Tardan, you're up.
So, Tardan, having kind of watched everyone take these attacks and seen this glistening, does this glistening seem at all familiar to kind of what happens when he casts Disguise Self? Kind of that magic that, almost that illusion type magic.
Are you talking about illusion type magic as far as the barrier that's surrounding this?
Well, maybe the dragon itself being a illusion that's just protected by.
This does not resemble that in any which way.
Okay.
It seems as though this is sprouting from some sort of, as far as the dragon itself being a conduit, it's almost kind of fizzling out in different parts so it's being attacked and hit. Almost innately, as it doesn't seem to be kind of reacting really into which way. This appearance of the cackle lightning and the actual kind of sprouting of the colorations of the purple and pink should be of a little bit of great concern based on the fact that you have seen this before. In fact, the entire party has seen this before.
I'm going to need all of you to run. I will buy you as much time as possible, but everyone needs to get out of here if this is anything like what we saw. And at that point, I'm going to look at the dragon. You can try to kill me. I don't think you'll succeed. And I would like to use unsettling words on it.
Okay.
Whoa.
That was the largest effect ever.
That's a big dragon.
Boo!
Okay.
I don't know what spell to use.
Do you have a spell called Surrender?
I want to cast blindness on it. Hoping that that magic shield doesn't protect it from non-physical damage.
Let's see. All right, I rolled 2 saving throws for some reason, so take the 1. It did succeed. The 21
Damn.
after the
That's-
bardic inspiration die.
What is it? Con save?
Con save.
Yep.
Probably wasn't my best idea to use that, but I think both of my spells are con saves.
As you threw out this spell, you can see is now its head turning away from Nereus and directly to you with this toothy grin. You unleash the spell holding it in your hands using different components. Its eyes kind of begin that same cackling of that purple and pink as it kind of sprouts, goes around, kind of embodied around the eye sockets itself to the nostrils and slowly sizzles and dissipates out. And its tongue kind of comes down and begins to slither just a little bit, picks itself back up within the grin of this dragon.
I'm going to repeat myself once more. Everyone run. I'm going to buy you as much time as humanly possible. And I'm going to clutch my necklace, and I'm going to step back this way, but in a straight line, kind of trying to draw the dragon away from Nereus and Indigo, hoping Harak and Dougal kind of go north. And that'll be the end of my turn.
Okay. Ending turn. We now come to the dragon's turn. As the dragon does, it begins to kind of rise itself upright, begins to pull out half of its movement speed to be able to get out of the actual kind of prone condition, smash into the cliff. As it does, it begins to rip itself upon the actual ice scape, stepping in space, kind of it's crunching and looking directly towards you as it's pulling. It's half of its movement speed to get to this point. It's on the actual land. It's not flying. Its wings are still curled. Its body is still slithering. It's inside of the ice. It's kind of pulling itself out of the actual water, tied towards Utard, and smiles. Bearer of the white stone, I will eat you, and my master will be happy, and everything will be good. Yes, you will taste delicious. As it does, it rises up its neck as its jowls begin to freeze. Some of the glands begin to kind of glow and become a light. As it does, it begins to open up its mouth with a large, frosty, cold breath in your direction.
Holy
That's a lot of dice.
balls.
All right, as you fail your saving throw, unable to successfully kind of resist this ability, the frost itself begins to billow and unfurl itself across the landscape in large simmering ice spikes across. It even hits into the cliffside. As it does, it kind of pulls itself, explodes upright. As that happens, you're anticipating that you will be absolutely annihilated by this, probably holding yourself back and trying to resist this ability. There are white dragon scales that begin to form on your skin and on your flesh as they begin to coat your actual body into similar scales to the dragon. As it does, it kind of begins to coat your neck and your face as the ice spikes begin to fall across your face and your things. And the scales just slowly sink back into your flesh. And with that, those little icicles just kind of fall off. And you seem to take no damage whatsoever. Sees the dragon pull itself back in fear and looks directly towards you. No! It smashes its tail into the ice with large ferocity. After that happens, a voice comes towards you. This is a feminine voice. It begins to harmonize with the actual air and the wind and the breath that was just dealt. Feel kind of a faint heat emanating from the stone. Hold it towards Ithrin. With that, it's the end of the dragon's turn. So Dougal, you're up.
We are going to run to just in terms of the hitbox, can I hit from outside his hitbox, or do I have to travel under his wing?
No, you can hit outside his hitbox. You can be right there and hit. You just have to be at least 5 feet right in space towards, essentially smack its wing right when it uncurls it for a little bit. Right, we can roleplay any which way. You don't have to be right underneath it, but you can go any which way underneath this dragon.
Oh, I'm gonna. And bonus action rage, and then
I think we agreed I won't. I'll click it for you.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
And I'm going to stab at him with Kilutian's rapier.
Okay, coming across 25 as you strike into the back right hind leg as it's pitched, pulling itself out. You come across as does the blade strikes into the barriers, the cackling lightning embodies the blade for a brief period of time. And if you as you pull it back, it begins to sizzle and dissipate. The metal still ringing as it was unable to penetrate through the barrier.
Really? Nothing. Okay, it's my turn.
All right. Ending your turn, Nereus. Round 2. Before we start your turn, Stickler Dragon is going to be taking a legendary action as Sir Dougal, as you ran underneath it, and it rises up its tail as it comes back around to swing it directly in your position as it crashes down into the ice. 24 is going to hit you. That deals 8 points bludgeoning damage, which you half to 4 points of damage as it just skims you, kind of smacks up and down, almost like a paddle rudder right into the ice scape. And you're almost taking damage, not necessarily by the tail, but the ice as it kind of comes up and the tail itself kind of smashing and the water and the force just all around. Nereus, it's your turn.
I have a question. Sorry. Because I'm new player. Legendary action. What's that?
A legendary action can be taken essentially, well, it depends on the creature, right? There's different legendary actions and the amounts that can be taken upon the actual throughout the round, right? So you kind of go, it's a round basis, right? And so you'd imagine that at the end of another creature's turn, that legendary action can be taken. So as it ended for Sir Dougal and before we got to Nereus, right, in between, a legendary action can be taken. And specific creatures have different legendary actions. You just witnessed one of them, which was a tail strike.
Can they only use one per round?
That depends on the creature. Some creatures have multiple legendary actions.
Okay, cool. Good to know. Thank you.
Yep.
And the actions they take can use different amount of uses too. Like they could have a lesser one they could use more times, or a bigger one.
Cool.
All right. Well, Nereus will back up. He is admittedly a little disappointed at Tardan's unharmed body, but for now he's going to go ahead and throw some water at the dragon. He doesn't think it'll be effective, but he's curious to see this barrier again, since he's kind of trying to figure out what that is. So he wants to kind of just pay attention to it water striking it. Yeah. Well, attempting to strike it. Nope.
Well, flat miss. You just kind of send it out.
Yep.
Throw it out. Just kind of veers off into the distance, aim towards near the kind of the back end. All right, Harak, you're up.
Well, it's time to take an attack of opportunity, I think. I'll move over here.
You do not take attack of opportunity. This creature seems to have a large amount of reach, and you actually have not left its threat space.
Well, that might be worse actually, but we'll get to that when we come to it. I'll just shoot it with my bow.
$15. It's going to be a miss as you aim towards the back end, kind of skims across the back of the scales. And as it happens, you see that barrier begin to form for a brief moment, and you see it almost slowly begin to kind of pull away at the force of the arrow, slows it down enough that it kind of falls off on the other end and towards the ice and the water.
I forgot to roll Slayer's Prey, which is going to really turn the tides here before my second attack.
Nat 20! Rockets 2 nat 20s!
Yeah.
Sure,
Okay.
why not?
Fire
And
the
it
arrow.
bounces right off the shield.
Aim towards
Dissipates.
its kind of right lower. Aim towards, you imagine the heart would be of some sort of quadrille, a kind of a creature, right? Kind of that back front area of its right leg or left leg, and you're going for the arrow. You know it's sure, and that lightning kind of comes out. But instead of just forming a barrier, it has to anticipate the force and comes outwards, outstretching to the area, the arrow itself to catch it initially, slowing down its force as it then begins to splinter and break into the barrier. In that note, just observing it seems to have not necessarily a consciousness, but there seems to be something that is a triggering and an awake about it, that it's fluid and dynamic.
Okay.
All right, Indigo, you're up.
Stand up.
Okay. So half
Leaves
your
me
movement
with-
speed to kind of crawl out the other end.
Can I crawl out the other end?
Yeah.
Thank you. And okay, so I'll go 5, 10, 15. and I'll kind of nod to Dougal, and I'm gonna hold my action until I see or hear something that would tell me that this barrier has been broken.
Okay.
And I'm going to yell out mainly to Tardan and to Nereus, can one of you people with magic do something about this fucking barrier? And then that's my turn.
Okay. I go ahead and pause as you kind of run underneath, yelling outwards. It smacks its tail once more, this time aimed kind of in the general of your direction, Indigo. Comes down. It's going to be a 19 to hit, which does hit. That does 17 points of bludgeoning damage to you as it crashes down to the ice, smacked against it. The actual tail kind of grinds and sort of scales are abrasive, slashing and lacerating your flesh. Tardan, you're up.
Etherios, does that name ring any bells to Tartan?
It said the name Ethrin.
Ethrin.
Yeah, sorry, I was quick in translation, so.
Not a problem.
The name Ethrin does not ring any bells to you right off the bat.
Okay, given the situation, I'm going to kind of clutch the necklace and push it kind of away from my body, but still having the necklace around my neck. And I'm going to walk towards the dragon, just kind of holding it out. And any magic that I can channel into the necklace, I'm going to do so, if there's any way to do anything like that. If not, I'm just going to kind of hold it towards the dragon and see what it does.
All right. So you hold it
showing
towards
it
the
that I'm not
dragon,
afraid.
Kind of shielding and kind of holding it out and moving into the presence of this dragon. You see kind of pulling back in fear. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. 5. It's going to be a failure as you're holding out this stone and channeling magic through it begins to glow in the light. You take 9 points of psychic damage, but you see this kind of this effect happening as it's channeled outwards. And you notice that the dragon itself begins to pull back and cower in fear as it kind of pulls itself. And now begins to unfurl its wings as if to take flight.
Okay. Do I still have my action or anything, or is that everything?
That was your action to do that.
Okay. Got it. Then I will end my turn as I kind of stare this dragon down.
All right. Ending turn, we now come to the dragon's turn. As it does, pulling its wings up, it begins to pump them wildly up to kind of flutter. It pushes itself off of the actual earth and the ice, causing a large tremor of the actual ground to shake. Large ferocity of the wings as they begin to push upright. They begin to leave your threat space. Whoever wants to take attack for opportunities can if they'd like to, as this dragon is now picking itself up, turning away, unfurling its wings, taking flight, and begins to leave. It is leaving the battle. Nope. Okay.
I'm good.
All right. Oh, Sir Doodle's coming for it. Sir Doodle coming for a wild swipe. 17 is actually going to be a flat miss as it comes across, unable to kind of land into the flesh as you swing wild. Again, shaking violently as it's beginning to fly. It slowly begins to go away. As that happens, it lets out a kind of a roar, and its flight begins to slowly disappear into the landscape, cutting across the trees before it does, continuing its flight, headed in the eastern direction, heading directly due east as it kind of crushes the trees, pushes them, shakes them in a violent thrash. The wings are pushing. It's becoming difficult, right, to continue your balance. The ice is shimmering, moving with the water flow around you. It now leaves end of combat. Continues into the distance with the snow softly falling down. You all are left alone.
Arden's just gonna like fall on his butt on the ground, just like WTF.
Is everybody alive? Is everybody in one piece?
I suggest we keep moving.
Arden's gonna like poke his skin, like to see if he can make any of the dragon scales pop out.
nothing happens.
Okay.
Like, so
I
we all saw him like hold up the stone to the dragon, right?
Yeah.
Can I like look at mine to see like, oh, can mine do that too or whatever? It's like like ponder, is there gonna be a gold dragon that comes down that I'm gonna have to face? Just wanna contemplate it.
Yeah.
Arden's gonna stand back up very solemnly and walk over towards Nereus and just not even like look in his direction, just keep walking.
You know, that's never. I suppose I'm speaking to Indigo, but certainly that's never happened to me before. Is that something that happens here often?
Big dragon bust out of the ice.
Yeah. Yes.
The one that I am familiar with was it was bigger than this one. It was different color.
Is this your way of saying yes?
Oh, I've never seen one this color. It would make sense maybe because it's snow and then it's white, but it was pretty focused on Tartan. But then all of a sudden, it seemed like it could have easily taken us out. It had a protective something because I saw you hit it, saw Harak hit it, and I tried to hit it, but it just seemed like it wasn't. It was protected, but then he looked at the stone, and then a something that dangerous just flew away.
That's interesting. You think the stone is what drove him away?
I believe so, yeah.
We can walk and talk.
I put my hand
thought
on
it-
your shoulder, Dougal, and you heal.
Yeah, I gave him hit points.
Oh,
It's supposed to be a D6, Michael. But let's later. Just
I can change it really quick. It's fine.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I thought it was the stone that drew him.
It seemed like he was going for that stone, and then Tard, you should have been dead, but apparently you weren't. Cool, by the way. But then you kind of stood up to it, and then all of a sudden it got fearful and flew. As we're walking, we're having this conversation.
Okay.
But
Arden actually doesn't say anything at all. He doesn't even turn around to like look at you and Dougal.
is that dragon your father?
Oh my God. Is the dragon your mother?
God, he's your father. Insight check. Is he your father? Tell me he's your father right now. Do
Did
it.
we sex the dragon?
Tarden just keeps walking. He's still holding on to the necklace though, like clutching it closer to his body, but Tarden just keeps walking as he's lost in his own thoughts.
Walking right next to Doodle. I'm like, we
Rock.
just met his dad.
Holding your
Wow.
stone and kind of holding it out and trying to figure it out and doing the best you can. It's just something with this. Nothing really comes to you. Nothing right off the bat as you're kind of clutching and looking and trying to figure it out. And I think eventually you probably, based on your character, just go shrugging your shoulders, maybe, and more confused than ever.
Yep. Doesn't help that he's like semi-intelligent too, so like he's even more confused. He's like, this shouldn't be possible.
It's just more reason to kill Tardan.
Nereus is like, I want his powers. He's a dragon.
Nereus wants nothing from Tartan.
Nothing?
It's the
You
best
sure?
thing ever. We just attack a dragon and now he's not saying anything. This doesn't even count for the 12 hours.
going to put us on this map. So obviously, this is where we're heading. Put on health there, +4 to 42. Okay, well, after 2 hours pass, you always can have this dialogue. Anytime you want to intervene, talk amongst yourselves as you're walking, more than welcome to interrupt me. You get eventually kind of mosey on down after the time, getting towards the Frostburn Pass, exiting out of the same area, kind of keeping towards the terrain, looking. The scene itself has not changed. You're not seeing any differences from the last time you passed by here. Everything looks to be in ship shape and in top order. And night's fallen, temperatures drop to about 16 degrees Fahrenheit. The snow itself is in the medium kind of flurry in a way. And you're simply progressing.
I stick close to Nereus for the light.
I want to go ahead and touch Indigo and put light on anything that he's wearing, anything that I can touch while he walks by.
Oh, Indigo?
Yeah,
Nice.
kind of realizing that he's a human.
Realize he Indigo can't see.
Yeah.
Roll that saving throw to be touched.
I'm like, no, please.
Is that
I
what
will
that
not
was?
have
You
light.
dodged?
I never saw that. I didn't know
Dodge
what it
the
was.
light. Yeah, there's
dodge the
you gotta
light
roll,
spell?
Yeah, you gotta roll a dex save, bro. If you're trying to do it to an enemy, yeah.
Yeah. Because technically you can like use it to blind enemies if they're like wearing glasses and stuff.
Yeah. Yep. Couple different neat tricks you can do for sure. All right, so as you begin to traverse, heading outside of this map region, right? You kind of travel, but going to put us back onto the continent map. No reason to sit on here. I'm not sure exactly how long you all are going to be pushing for, so probably going to advance it to probably like 11 or so. Also get the stream view in order. And the wind itself keeps howling, right? You still have this kind of constant wind. You have the snow flurries. The night continues. You begin to kind of traverse. Now, that particular area that you were at, right, that was kind of a leveled off area. And now, at the end of this night, as you're progressing on this unmarked road and rather unpacked in a way with how much snowfall has happened, you're really kind of just using the rocks and the cliff sides around you to navigate upon it, right? This actual path, this road, kind of sticking to it and as best as you can. Fortunately, you have Rock, you get a ranger on your side, which is able to kind of continue down the path and don't need to necessarily roll survival checks, but the temperature continues to drop because it's about 15 degrees Fahrenheit, and you've reached this point of when you're beginning to descent. You're actually going to be descending. With the night falling and the snow flurries, you can't see outwards, but you can imagine now the pass itself is somewhat opened up for this descent and kind of going down these switchbacks as you begin to descend down a great amount of elevation towards the Frosthorn Valley. And you can imagine if you outstretch, you might be able to see that expanse if there was sun and the snow wasn't nearly as bad. It's probably a good time to kind of camp out for the night, knowing that any descent would potentially have rock slides or avalanches kind of coming over top of you if you attempt to go down these switchbacks. Continue to press through the night. But it's always up to you, right? If you want to continue through the night, but it's the appropriate time to camp.
Well, I say we camp.
Arden, can you do that cool little thing you do?
Yep, Tardan's gonna wave everyone over. He's still lost in thought, so he just isn't speaking because he's just dumbfounded, very confused. But yeah, he will ritual cast Tiny Hut.
Casting, using the tiny hut to eventually create the space again, noting your allies and friends. You're really just kind of keeping towards the road. There isn't much space that you would hike off, and even then you get towards the kind of evergreen forest region, shrubs, and you might want to have some just open, expansive terrain, really, so that you can see outwards in case something comes up towards you. You always could take cover if you really wanted, if you're skeptical that something could come back, potentially what you just faced. But again, it's up to you. So ritual casting it, getting into the space. Eventually, the snow begins to melt once more. The temperature rises in that space. You're left with that kind of barren permafrost kind of ground itself, which is now warming and creating a nice temperature. And the effects within inside of this hut is suitable. And it's a great break away from the howling wind, which now kind of cuts down and ceases, and as well as the cold around you. Most of you are probably really just frigid from traveling all day, or at least several hours here from the actual Clan Stonefist stronghold to get to this point.
Nereus, you said that you could do something to identify this, and I'm just going to kind of hold the necklace out, but I'm not going to like take it off.
I can try.
I'll need to know as much as you can ascertain.
What are you doing to it?
I mean, he doesn't have identify, so you're out of luck there. But
Oh,
what he
I
will
thought you
do?
had identified.
Nope. He said he could study it. He didn't say, I promise. But he will go ahead and cast Enhance Ability on himself and try and do an Arcana check to understand what this might be.
Okay.
Can I give him Bardic Inspiration, seeing that he's doing something for me?
Is it a D8?
Yeah, it's a D8.
Yeah, we don't need to cast the spells necessarily. We can just go ahead and I think you get advantage, right, on the intelligence checks. Yeah, so you can hold down Alt and click it and then roll a D afterwards.
Hold Alt, right?
Yeah, hold Alt. Wow, that's incredibly high. Roll the D8. How high could this get? 28.
Oh,
So
man.
now having the information off of what has just occurred, right? And as well as seeing the barrier. With an Arcana check of a 28, you know that there is some connection between the dragon, the barrier, and the stone. Playing off of the fact that your friend had just sat in a cold breath, which surely would have probably one-shotted him, right? Absolutely.
Can I stop you right there, friend?
Right, you're right. What employer, right? Your employer, right? That's the relationship we're noting, right? Employer. So with your employer being destroyed by this cold breath and seeing seeing the effect that had happened, even at a distance, it probably would have been a little bit too difficult to see the scales really forming, but you knew something was happening, right? The fact that this person's just like standing there and this, as unfazed, that's insane. So given that, oh my gosh, there's I hope I don't mean to interrupt, but there's the same deer that keeps going across back and forth. What is up with this? It's literally looking at me through the window right now. Yeah, I'm looking at you. Anyways, okay, sorry, super distracting. It literally just keeps going back and forth this back natural area that I have behind my place. Anyways, okay. So making that connection between the actual kind of the potentially magic that had protected, right, Tardan, you know that this stone has some sort of draconic magical properties. There's something imbuing this particular stone with the same magic that is inherited to dragons. That they're interconnected in that way. The barrier on the dragon is foreign. It's unfamiliar. And it seems, in the way that it was interacting, is that it is separately connected to the dragon, right? That there is no direct thing that this dragon is kind of emerging this barrier or has any control of the barrier, really. The fact that it wasn't even looking in the direction of some of these things, and that this barrier is just happening of its own volition. What strikes you with the 28 and how this barrier is functioning is almost similar to a ward, in that it has this innate kind of ability and how it's interacting with the environment around it with limited triggers, right? With limited actual things causing any sort of issues. What escapes you, and simply for the fact that you don't have evidence in front of you or any sort of recollection to work off of, is why this barrier exists.
Okay.
I want to come over and help Tardan try and recreate the effect. I saw him pick up a piece of snow and rub it on his arm. No
Nothing
change, though. Nothing happened. Are you resisting me at all, Tardan? Is this too much? Is this too forward?
Nope.
Good.
Nope.
Then I take him by the back of the head and I plunge his face into a snowbank and hold him face down in the snow until he stops squirming, and then pull him back up.
At some point through this, you see scales beginning to form on Tardan's face, protecting Tardan from the cold damage.
And the only person that doesn't see it is Tardan. It worked!
What
Wait,
worked?
it worked. How do we do that again?
If only one of us could cast cold spells.
Yeah. We need
You want me to assail Tardan with magic until he can't take it any longer?
Do you object?
Might be an idea.
And anything to figure out what this necklace does. I'm fine with it.
If by chance you kill him or knock him out, I got it.
I have more control than that.
Let's see it.
Yeah, I'll just start shooting rays of water at him.
So you shoot rays outwards. You see collapsing right before they actually hit. The scales begin to form across the bits and pieces as you begin to kind of pull back, and it's almost as if it's pulling out, retracting, pulling out, retracting, pulling out, retracting. And then the light bulb begins to happen just slightly with the 28 going back to your check, and the fact that this is happening and similar or premeditated to that of the barrier that protected the dragon.
Well, the barrier seems much more useful than this, but I don't think you're in any immediate danger, Tardan, at least not from the stone. He gives you a dark smile.
I'm not gonna turn into a dragon, am I? What is this?
No, I don't think so. Though it's impossible to know.
So you guys are saying that that barrier that the dragon had is like what Tardan has?
Similar stone. The mental faculties of the dragon seem similar to Tardan in many ways.
Don't take this the wrong way, Tardan. Okay? I punch him in the gut.
This is my favorite night.
This
is Nereus's favorite night.
No scales
I say
form.
sorry.
Go and roll a d6 for damage.
Okay.
Hard, I'm assuming you're just allowing the hit, right?
Yeah, Tardan's just a test dummy tonight.
+3, 8. 8 damage.
8 points of bludgeoning damage. You socked into the stomach, bruising of the ribs. It's like crack.
Sorry.
Oh
You might want to repeat it again just so we can be sure.
No.
no! I think we're clear. I think
no.
we're clear.
I literally, I literally like would heal him, but he's gonna rest in a minute. But okay, so but that's the difference, right? So you're like the cold can't hurt you now, but we couldn't. Dougal and I and Harak, we couldn't do anything to that dragon. But we could axe and punch you to death right now. So you know.
So what I'm hearing is the Nereus can't kill me anymore. Smile.
That's cute.
Somebody should have
Oh.
took Fireball.
Tardan's gonna look down at the necklace. If what Nereus is saying is true, that these are connected to that barrier, or that mine is at least connected to that barrier, then that means that there's probably more out there to collect, seeing as how this is not nearly as potent as that.
I know I don't get a vote, but I'd rather not chase more necklaces for Tardan.
No, for now our focus is Dougal and the forest. A promise is a promise. That said, if I can grab a necklace without distracting anybody,
I am curious about something. And he kind of looks at the other three. Indigo,
Who's
would
he
you
not
hold
looking at?
the necklace?
And you go, what?
Would you hold Tardan's necklace for me, please?
If he'll let me. But it's his. It's up to him.
I'll take it off and kind of like hold it out for you to grab, but not necessarily like letting go of it, if that makes sense.
I'm curious if it works on him. Will you let him hold it? Where is he going to go? How immature can you be? Let him hold it.
He's a monk. Who knows where he's gonna go? I'll let him put it on though.
All right,
I
this
put it on
will
real quick.
hurt you more than me, and he'll shoot water at him.
Which one?
At the Indigo.
Shooting water indigo. Okay.
Mhm.
So you fire water indigo. As it begins to outstretch outwards towards indigo, you see as the amulet seemingly disappears and striking across the chest of indigo. Your damage. Roll for damage, please. Yes, it's funny to see how much you're doing to each other. By the singular. 7 points of cold damage dealt.
I play into this and act like I fall backwards and play dead in the moment.
See, what you all don't realize is I secretly have a battle map planned. I'm going to swipe it over, and all of you are going to be low on hit points because you'll be killing each other. I'm just kidding.
No, that's what tiny hut's for.
We
An impenetrable force field.
So 7 points cold damage is dealt. Is the amulet no longer there upon your neck? Tard, you look down, and the amulet is upon your neck.
All right, again.
I'm laying back on the ground, acting
Indigo,
like I'm knocked out.
Just throw him the amulet, Tardan.
What? I didn't grab it off him in the first place.
I know. We have to be sure. Do you want to know or not? Give him the amulet.
Are you trying to kill Indigo?
God, it's so
if
dark.
I was trying I hate everything right now. And he'll just go up and grab the amulet from Tardan.
Okay.
I sit back up.
All right, he'll give it to Indigo. Hold this, and then he'll shoot water at Tardan.
Okay. So as Indigo's holding it, and you go and shoot water towards Tardan, you see Tardan. You could close your eyes, and then you feel the weight of the amulet once more across your neck. In a split-second hit, the scales form. You take no damage. Indigo looking at your fist, the amulet gone.
It's a hell of a trick, man.
In milliseconds of time.
Tardan just kind of looks at his hands, looks at the necklace. I didn't do it.
Obviously.
It proves one thing, though. It seems like you could throw that necklace out back, and then when you need it, it'll nobody you don't have to worry about anybody stealing it ever.
The only caveat that I feel to that is, you remember when I told you that the prince's necklace called to me? I heard that voice once again in the fight with the dragon. This necklace may be sentient or attached to something sentient.
If we're lucky, you're cursed.
Arden, you have got to disclose this stuff a little bit sooner when it happens, man. That was 5 hours ago. You heard a voice. Can you explain it? Was it like the one that you heard? Have you heard it before?
It was very similar to the one that I heard calling for the prince's necklace.
What did it say?
Hold the necklace to, I don't know, some name.
To your father.
Yep, I guess. So I walked towards him with the necklace out. It did seem to have a feedback. As that bitch hurt. And it wasn't any physical. It was up here, and he's just gonna like poke his temples.
A lot to think about.
I am most certainly being guided by this necklace or whatever it is attached to.
I'm curious why the Dukes didn't return to him.
It's a fair point. Or the prince. Or maybe
Perhaps it can be freely given.
Given it, yeah, maybe.
I would ask Tarden too, but he's so attached to that thing already.
You say, but you're absorbed, right? Like just they became like those don't exist anymore now. They become part of yours.
Correct. That's what seems to happen, as he saw kind of in the cave. Also, when I took the Dukes, we didn't even ask the Dukes, so I don't think it has anything to do with the willingness. It's simply merged as soon as they touched.
Maybe you're chosen?
We're not going down this chosen route again.
Breaking the fourth wall.
I am nothing special. I am simply an entertainer.
Even that's up for debate. I'm going to get some rest.
As I was hit in the chest with water, I am going to sleep as well.
Okay. All right, everyone getting rest, getting sleep. Anybody taking watch?
Yep. I mean, I'll meditate, so I'll kind of listen, but my focus is more going to be the amulet than anything.
Okay, so you're going to really focus on the amulet and study?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so as you're kind of focusing and studying on the amulet, everyone else beginning to bed down, get their bedrolls out, get to kind of settle down for the night and rest. An hour passes by at the stroke of midnight. You come to the 22nd of September, technically the equivalent. And as you kind of study the amulet, Tarden, kind of almost trancing and losing yourself into space, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Not my best saves.
41. Net 20! Always got to give it
Nailed.
So as you begin to focus on it, you feel as if the world around you is shifting, and There is a fluidity about the space of your perception and your vision and your hearing and your feeling. You become almost weightless, almost as if you're floating. And in a rush, there's this energy that begins to kind of feel as you're falling. And it's almost this motion of free falling, and a little bit of fright overcomes you just for a split second. And in seconds, you begin to embrace as you're now awake and looking about a particular space. I'm going to go ahead and pull you to a scene.
Oh, well, this is creepy.
As your vision becomes to... Apologies if you hear my daughter screaming right now. As your vision comes to into a large cavern. There's icicles of spikes next to you. You kind of grip it for support across an ice-covered floor, slick. You're disoriented from the feeling of free falling in space. But you're sure as you feel the ice. Your hand touches it, that it's there upon your feet, and this feeling of the slipperiness and the ice across your feet. You know it's there, and it feels real. This is real around you. Your breath comes out cold. You don't feel the cold, but you know that it is just from the breath as it expels from your lungs. As you stretch about looking with your vision currently, you can see the glowing lights of fairiness and these different aromas of chromaticness, and they kind of dance across these pillars, striking high up into the air. Into the distance, they disappear in the darkness, and then they re-emerge in bits and places as these crystals of ice embedded across them shimmer and spiral up the stalagmite pillars, upwards to about 300 or so feet of the cavern's actual height above you. In similar nature, the walls and the ceilings are coated in the same spikes of ice. Large as some of these icicles are, they grow, resembling that of like crystals. But they aren't, you're sure of it, as they're kind of frost covered in the way. This entire scope is. As you're looking, your eyes become fixated on light that's emerging from the top of the caverns. It strikes down this hole high above 300 feet. The light begins to shimmer down in the scope. It's creating an effect similar to that of a light shitting down in a dark and empty space. There's a figure that stands at the center of this. Human, it seems, standing just shy of 6 feet. They wear a reddish robe. It seems to be made of fine silk in this maroon blood colored, I should say. It goes from the neck all the way down with the collar that stands up. Their hands clasped behind their back. They're moving from side to side as you stare and look, getting a good vision and perspective. It seems as though they have two dragon symbols that embody either side of this robe. One going up, the other going down. One of them is stitched a brighter red, the other one tense and almost fluorescent gold. The robe itself has toggles, some of which are separated out just shyly as it stretches downwards from the actual robe on either side. The collar itself is a little bit of a fluorescent of this blouse that kind of emerges, suggesting clothes or something underneath the actual robe that goes across. It's all very slim, tight fit, showing the slenderness of this human's body. It has white hair that kind of slicked back, and its flesh of this human is pale and almost of a miscoloration of its actual face. You're noticing its eyes are gold, almost yellowish, as they kind of glow in the glass of the dark. They are also pinched down. Their pupils themselves are not normal. You can see them side to side, almost cat-like in a way, feline, or dragon. As it's stretching from side to side, the same white dragon, its face emerges, curling itself into the light. As it does, its body remains unseen. You're just seeing its head as it pulls lower, as it's shifting and snaking, moving side to side, its ice breath freezing across the ice. As it does, more of these spikes begin to form out from the actual ground of magical nature from the glands of its breath. As it looks and kneels its head down, the human approaches, puts a hand upon its nose or its nostrils, and begins to move it side to side. A voice rings out. Ithrin, my beautiful. I need you to do something for me. You see as the Stragon begins to move and speaks. My master, what? What is it? What is it that you need done? Stretches and looks in his eyes towards this human. You see the human stop, pulling off its hand, clutches its fist. As it does, it turns and looks in your direction. As it stops, it smiles. You see as this purple and pink lightning begin to sprout from this human's body. Tear, splintering, the actual vision between you and it of blackness emerges. The human seemingly disappears. As a voice comes from behind you, clutching of its hand on your shoulder. How interesting. That, I will ask you a single question. Do you stay or do you leave?
Hardin would stay out of curiosity more than anything.
You see swiveling around you. How faint, how quaint, how peculiar.
And who are you?
However did you get here? You speak, your voice echoes outwards. There's no response. It seems as though your voice does not travel across the ice, does not move across it. Sees the hand picks itself up, moves to face you. Where are you? See it raising its hands outwards, moving from left to right as it does. Lightning of pink and purple cackle through the hands and traces across your body and moves, shimmering as it closes its eyes. Really clutches.
Do I feel anything?
Feel the tingling sensation of electricity across, but nothing harmful, nothing everything's within reason. It seems to be just touching you and moving about, and it's a sensation of as if someone moved their fingernails across your skin, just creating a little bit of goosebumps. It finishes, he unfurls his hands as the lightning begins to dissipate. He smiles. You have friends. It seems I had the wrong ship. He smiles. I'll ask again, Tardan. Do you stay or do you go?
At that point, I'm going to go.
As you retreat your mind backwards, he stares into your eyes as the light becomes fade, tunneled. You begin to free fall again, the same feeling and force as it begins to so happen. Eventually, you feel the same surroundings as you once before, pulled back into the scene of where you were before. The place and time no longer existing. You feel as if you're trance, still in the same embodiment, focusing on the stone, and you feel as if time never changed.
Creepy.
DM bait.
Definitely DM bait, dude. Definitely DM bait. Okay. Feeling myself return, I'm going to kind of return my senses back to kind of listening to the surroundings and kind of focusing back on my own body.
Focusing back on your own body, you can hear the shimmering of your barrier of your hut. You see outside the darkness and the snow billowing around, temperature dropping. Everything seems normal. Nothing is happening. And as the night progresses and the hours progress, I'll advance the time. Everyone will awake roughly at 7 o'clock if you're taking an 8-hour rest, if no one's really taking a watch per se. Tardan, you've been awake at this point for a good period. And everyone has had a long rest.
Long rest.
So creeped out right now.
I wake up. Oh, how's it doing, team? Everybody good to go?
We should move. Dougal is behind schedule already. I made a promise. Y'all can eat and move, right?
You're muted, Harrison.
Do we have something to eat?
Rations.
Do I have rations?
You should have rations. Everyone should have rations. But you also had plenty of rations in the caravan you were on, too, so you can grab extra food if you don't have it. Brick on it, anyways.
We can walk and eat, sure. Or ride and eat.
We came on foot, remember?
I thought we were trying to. I thought we were thinking about going to salvage the wagons that
After
were.
the dragon attack, we just walked far away from that.
Got it.
Yeah, we just insta-dipped.
Yes, we can walk and eat.
So, a stroll. What do we see?
So, as you walk out, we get our nice tundra kind of wind that's kind of still flowing through, never ending. You now can stretch and look as the overcast and the snow slightly subsides down to a light kind of dusting, and the temperature's beginning to warm up. It's still about 16 degrees Fahrenheit. You're now outstretched to a large and intimidating tundra valley that's many miles as far as its distance from north to south. You can see it also extends from west to east, and there's blotches of tundra forest and way these evergreen trees as they're kind of pitched every so often, mainly around the mountains. So you can see they're kind of curling directly north, and they're kind of embody that. They're also around the south, and just in the direction of where the switchbacks are taking you at the base. You can kind of see as you're looking down the many miles and miles away and elevation down, that this unmarked path now has kind of these wooden signs that kind of come out of the actual ground, these little blots that you're seeing every so often, noting the unmarked path and now the untrenched path as you're coming into the wilderness scape outside of the pass. And along the actual road, most of this particular way is forested region, shrubs and other sorts of evergreen trees kind of dart around as it kind of borders the southern Frosthorn Mountains. You're also noticing there's a bit that does not have any sort of shrubs or anything on it. It seems to be just an escape of distance of miles that's just flat without anything at all on it at all. There's just nothing. And that resembles Kif Lake, or Lake Kif. That kind of resembles that large frozen internal lake that just kind of stretches across the valley for many miles and encompasses nearly half of it. And it's impressive. It's beautiful as well, right? It's just this beautiful, natural, this thing. There's no settlements. There's just nothing. There's no people. There's no houses or towns or cities. It's just expansive wilderness. And notes almost the beauty as well as the danger, the uninhabitableness of this particular place. And I'm sure Nereus at this point is probably rolling the eyes, going, yes, finally, let's go, right? Just get on through. We can't even live here, right? Get on to it with you. Exactly. So you're probably thinking about just getting on. So with that, we'll go ahead and progress forward.
It's the farthest away from home I have ever been.
As you traverse, heading down through the switchbacks, descent, hours pass by. Eventually, you begin to trek through on the actual valley floor, following these signs every so often, kind of noting some paths are more entrenched than others. Now, at the base of this valley, the snowfall is even more soft and even less and almost non-existent, just a slight little flurry. The temperature rises as well. It's more warm, reveling that about 26 degrees Fahrenheit. and that's warm for this particular place, this particular time. And you continue on, marching along at the terrain. Many miles at this point have been taken, and you're feeling quite tired, but you're continuing this journey, and at some point, you feel it's needing to rest. You've reached the end of the day as far as you're traversing. I'm going to go ahead and kind of note that towards 11 o'clock. You've encompassed roughly 23 miles of travel in this not difficult terrain. Going across this tundra, you've noticed there's wildlife on this journey. There's mountain goats, herds of them that have kind of come out, eating across many shrubs of the forest. They immediately dart out of the way, noticing your presence and getting out of there. You also have a couple wolves, lower, not dyers, just looking in your direction, staring, moving left to right. Plenty of food and game here. No reason to jeopardize attacking you or spending any time wasting. There's also shifting of trees every so often, suggesting birds, right? Some of the evergreen boughs and these things, these limbs moving every so often. And you get down to your next night of travel here. You don't need to go into anything too detailed. I'm assuming you're creating the bubble. Similar effect happens. You all begin to bed down for another night. Anytime you want to stop me through this, right? I go through kind of a fast travel mode, right? If there's nothing ever happening. It's going through descriptions and stuff. But if you ever want to talk amongst each other for the night or do something in particular, just interrupt. Going into the next day, as you all go through another long rest, wake up, travel for another hour or so. You're now noticing that large expanse of the lake, kind of having a resemblance of map. You're noticing that, hey, we're making good time here, and nothing has kind of stopped us to change as you travel for another hour or so. You get to a period roughly about 10. Temperature right now 29 degrees Fahrenheit and overcast. There's a little bit of a snow going to be flurrying down. We're going to be go ahead and getting to a new map. As you now see, there's a wagon up ahead bordering the actual trees. It kind of follows along the main path in the road. I went ahead, this map, the road itself is labeled and marked with the entrenches of path. It's well covered with snow at this point, but it gives us a place to work off of. Thickets and shrubs and rocks that begin to border the lake in the distance to the north, noted by the massive expanse without much of anything. And you'll now come to the wagon, stretched and looking with your perceptions passive 16, Indigo and Haraka had you out of the front. You also notice that there are kind of similar in that the wagon seems to have splinters and other sorts of marked of damage. As the canopy over top is slightly kind of unfurled and pulled back. Pieces of wood have been kind of broken off of it, thrown about. Much snow has gained about the actual wagon. But even though with all that snow gained, you're noticing there's a tinge of the actual snowscape as well. It's giving off a little bit of red, especially with the light that is hitting down, casting that kind of out, that reflection in a way, right? You're also noticing there's some trees that have toppled down around within the actual forest tree line, and they've kind of toppled down around in an odd pattern. With your perceptions passively of 16, you were all able to see that, or just two of you. The rest of you are able to see the wagon and see that it seems to have some damage to it. That's about it.
As we were traveling, it didn't look like anybody had been traveling before us, kind of, right? Like wagons or anything. Just the entire trip, correct?
You have not encountered any wagons.
We're right, but I meant like in front of us, like tracks or anything. Just like
No.
even if they're a couple days old.
Nope. Nothing that
Yeah,
you see.
I didn't think so. But cool.
I would just kind of say, I'll say to Harak, be like, you see what I see up there?
I'll nod.
There's the wagon, but pretty sure there was a struggle or a fight or something. Because the snow has a red tinge to it. Could be blood that was covered by snowfall, and the trees over there are leaned in a weird way. just be careful as we. Let's just eyes open, yeah.
Remember, if you see a dragon, run. So when I get over here, would I be able to kind of see this, like,
Now you
hole?
can see that there's a hole within the ground. The earth itself kind of slides down in a direction of northeast, so higher up towards the southwest, right? And kind of goes down into the hole, and kind of the earth curls with itself, kind of going into that space. The trees, now looking at the trees, all kind of toppled around, right? It's almost as if something had kind of broken out of the actual earth, and the trees themselves kind of fell down around.
Is there? Can I perceive or there's something? I'm curious what happened with this cart and everything.
Sure. Roll investigation if you're trying to inspect the actual wagon. You can roll perceptions if you're looking for kind of macro details. It's up to you.
Perception. Ugh.
So the 10, just looking at the cart, definitely seems to be in dire need of repair. It's also been here for quite a little while, noting the snow. Much of the actual damage doesn't seem to be lacerations, more bludgeoning. And just looking at the trees and how they've fallen, they fell quite a bit of time ago. But noticing the movement of them, you're kind of seeing that they've moved side to side, it looks like. And some of the snow is kind of dug out a little bit from that, noticing a little bit more recent potentially.
Is there anything on the, like, is it just an empty wagon? Or like a body or
You don't see
chest
any
or
sort
anything?
of bodies within the wagon. You don't see. You also don't see any contents within the wagon itself. There are a few ropes and lashings of other sorts of things that have been broken, so almost like ropes have been snapped, and those have been kind of hitched to the sides of the wagon. But there's nothing, any sort of like reins. If there's livestock pulling this wagon, there's no reins, no nothing. As far as what you're seeing.
So no bodies, no nothing. This could be just this could just be the remains of the horses. That kind of at the ground, you know, the blood. Doesn't look like there's anybody around here. Whoever this belonged to, they're not here right now. What about that hole, Darius?
So
What
with
about
where?
it?
Go ahead.
Yeah, you can go. It's fine.
Oh no, I was. Do I notice anything that looks like it would be wing flaps? Displaced snow, maybe from the dragon. Seeing as how I know that the dragon has a lair,
Sure.
at least from my vision.
Sure, nothing about the trees resembles of what you've seen before.
Okay.
Can Sir Dougal would like to get close to the hole, right up to the hole, and he's going to take a big whiff. He's going to smell, see what he can smell coming from the hole. Does it smell like mold, mildew, feces? Does it smell like ammonia? What does it smell like?
Roll perception.
Ugh. Yeah.
5, as you're looking
Smells
at
like
the
a hole.
you hear a series of clicks emanating from the hole, almost echoing out. The ground begins to shake violently. It begins to move around as you're kind of holding it on the ground. It continues to move. Rock and debris kind of fall into the hole, kind of clambering it from the side. You actually have to take a step back, or else you'll fall into the actual hole itself. The clicking continues ever so louder. Notice that there is heat
Clicking?
that is beginning to emerge. Clicking, that's right, and heat begins to emerge from the actual hole itself. It becomes quite literally hot as you're kind of taking a step back in seconds as the earth begins to continue and the moving, the shaking becomes louder and louder and louder and louder. A large creature explodes from the actual earth. It seems to have insectoid, a millipede-like eyes, curling its tentacles and its writhing of its actual kind of sensory antennae, has fins across its back. It's also emitting just an intense heat, striking. It's melting the snow, almost vaporizing it in space 5 feet around its actual body. It's kind of simmering and kind of exploding out of the actual heat. It stretches its body, still has yet to emerge completely from the hole. Its body extends 30 feet into the air, and it's yet to actually reveal the rest of its body. As it does, it makes a series of clicks as it seems to be clicking and looking around frantically. As it does, it looks into your direction as its clicking becomes ever more intense, and it seems as though it kind of finishes the clicking and then stops. I need everyone to roll initiatives.
These are some of my favorite creatures.
Crap is this thing? It looks awesome.
It's
I don't know, but I'm terrified.
I don't want
No
to. I don't want to
spoilers.
break. Yeah, I don't want to spoil the
No
surprise.
spoiling. No spoiling.
Although I should say, for Tardan and Indigo, we have now breached virgin territory for, Group 5, Season 1. This is now,
That's good.
this is all new to all of us now.
And also, I would point before we fight or whatever, I didn't misspeak. I know I asked Nereus about the hole.
Okay. I was really confused because he was the furthest away.
I purposely asked him, so I just wanted to clear that up.
So do go ahead and roll your
take it
initiative.
as you will. 20 Dougal, nothing less. 20.
Oh, I did. I clicked on it. Why didn't it?
Nothing came through, man. Okay. So with all initiative rolls, the creature is going to go first. And before we get into this combat, before we go any further, we have reached the end of our session. It's a good time to conclude before we get into the thralls of combat and the thralls of your decision making. What? Harrison, what are you talking about? You're always dead tired when we come to this point. You're always
I'm fucking exhausted.
like,
I made a cup
absolutely
of coffee because
out
I
of-
can't. I can't do it.
saw you drinking out of the cup. So as we end and conclude the session, we're going to go ahead and start calculating some experience points with this creature emerging, intimidating its presence with initiative roll. This creature is actually going to go first on the turn order, as you all rolled less than it. We get to see what this creature will do to Sir Dougal. We'll see. All right.
They're
So-
pretty fun.
This is your favorite creature?
It's one of my favorite creatures at low levels because it's just crazy.
Okay.
When I had my friends fight it, I always have like funny names for the music, and it was "Give 'em the old razzle dazzle" was the music for this. No spoilers really in there, so
No spoilers. Okay.
no, they're fun though. Scary.
Gary.
Then again, we just fought a white dragon, so I don't know.
No, we didn't. No, we did not.
We just
Hey, I
kinda-
got to see that same
I didn't say
dragon
we
again.
defeated it.
We
We
just-
fought it.
We just poked at it with a stick.
Yeah.
I mean, we hit it multiple times. It just didn't do anything.
And then I got to face down its master. Smile.
Which again, he hasn't told us about at all.
Nope.
That's
Nope.
great. Yeah, that's great.
Hey, just digging the hole that Nereus
Alright.
can throw him in later.
Nereus, you're giving experience out for everybody.
Oh, I am.
Oh yeah, well, it
Ooh.
came from you. Just kidding. I had your token clicked when I hit enter.
I was like, everybody gets 0, and Nereus gets all of it.
All right, so 2,530 experience each should put you at 10,900 experience total. This experience was given to you by kind of concluding the Duke thing, with kind of navigating that situation and concluding. In addition to the bargain, right, achieving that bargain, interacting with this dragon and achieving that, and then in addition also undertaking something, Tartan. That is, I will tell you is something. So decent amount of chunk there. And yeah, any questions at all? Do we want to get on stream? Anybody have anything before we close out?
Do you think we should have made the deal? Comment down below.
Comment down below. Yeah.
What
I don't think
deal?
that's
No,
how-
we definitely shouldn't have made that deal. It was the dumbest
I don't think
sidetrack
that's how
ever.
Twitch works.
Twitch work. Well, wait, there's a stream chat. I mean, how many people are watching? We got 2 people. One of them's me. I got the stream open myself. Well, regardless of that,
Comment down below, Mike.
comment down below.
Exactly. Comment down below.
Uh, hey, you know, who knows? Who knows? Okay, well, if there's nothing else in particular, I can close out the stream and we can always talk afterwards. So, but cool. All right. Well, if you're watching the stream, you and me and some other person, thanks so much. We really appreciate it.
Groupon!
All right. See ya. Bye.